okay ba, no? Yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning. Like, Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro ano, yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro, pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama ulit tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tips kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik eh, pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake, kaya yun yung pang-counter ko sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag ano, in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, Kel. Nainggit ako sa'yo eh. Popole 2 pa.
Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo.
Irritel na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin ni Irritel yan. Kasi Irritel kasi malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irritel eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level. So,
tingin mo sa ano, 1-1 naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung pag nag-ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat, malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys, gamitin niya.
Try mo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Uy, parang danger to. 1-1.
Speaking of,
Irritel din.
madali lang eh, no?
Oo, dali lang. Irritel.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
Laning na siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack. Something na nag-pure guys, or
mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng Irritel, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
Mahirap.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like range.
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung ano mo, smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And huli, Kel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Head. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang din.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abunda muna tayo kasi magpa-pastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, Tailfish or Aurora?
Kel.
Bilis na Pastok yun
Pastok eh. Sabi mo
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Karit or Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Shoes to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC. Basta kayo pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, syempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Ang few isa ka sa mga player na napigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung growth mo.
Kasi nung MPL Season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew!
Sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina.
Pew!
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung goat ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML, ang sasabihin ko na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLB's greatest of all time, God CC!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay ko at yung pananaw ko sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal, parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Aurora, MLBB. Sa ako muna, no? Alam mo, same sila ng problem ng TNC.
Hindi.
Pero para sa akin...
Bakit problem yung tawag mo, pre? Hindi siya...
No. May dahilan bakit ko sinabing problem. Kasi, for me, maganda yung idea. Medyo historical yung idea. Nostalgic.
Yes.
Pero it comes with problems. Alam mo naman kunari, nagdala ka ng baon. Hindi lahat magugustuhan.
Imported pa.
Oo. So, para sa akin, as much as nagigets ko yung chemistry, kailangan patunayan. At kailangan malinis. Kailangan malinis yung pagkain.
Realist talaga si Ninay. Realista.
Kailangan malinis yung pagkain. Para makita ko yung liwanag.
Okay.
Tama yung historical eh. Historical kasi. May mga history na pwede mong gamitin, pero hindi din lahat hindi din lahat. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Yun. Talagang kailangan paghihirapan, kailangan
May dumi din yung history.
With history kasi, pre, may luggage.
May luggage. Oh. Bakit may luggage? Pero may dalahin, may bitbit ka. And actually yun nga. This roster parang statement siya. And it's also a big responsibility to actually take care of it.
Yes.
At palakasin pa.
Amen. This is fun,
Ako, for RORA, nasa tagline na nila, pre. Di ba? Seize the win. Diba? But, that aside, masaya ako for this lineup. Masaya ako because...
Oo, masaya ka.
Sobrang saya ako.
Sa'yo din may history eh.
Yes. And
Clue na yun.
for so many reasons. As in, kung saan ko na nadala yung storyang yon, and I'm so happy that there's a new chapter. And now, yung unang team, sabi ko, pwede mag-M7. Ito rin dapat mag-M7 eh. I don't know. That's it. That's RORA. Sa'yo yun eh. That's it.
Ito, that's it. Last thought.
Sige.
Tignan natin kung paano mag-unravel yung kanilang performance.
Ay.
anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. No retreat. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Lakas, Pinas, malakas. Kahit anong malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partners in esports. Clear Men. Power up your tender-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Pag nalulugi yung team, parang ako yung nag-up sa kanila para di sila ma-pressure ganun.
Mamamatay pa Super Marco? Hindi! Sila ang makakakuha ng game number 1!
Kailangan namin mag-stick sa mga plano namin, sa mga strategy.
A big thanks para sa Smart Omega. They really put up a good fight.
I-execute namin lahat ng plano namin na wag kami mag-relay sa mga play nila. Yun, tsaka more improvements pa.
Expectation na manalo kami kasi para matuloy yung win streak and momentum ng team na madala sa second half ng season.
Siguro confident kami maglaro ngayon kasi nahanap na namin yung mga kulang sa amin sa week 4. Mas maganda na yung mga ipapakita namin and palag-palag na kami.
Message ko sa AP Bren, lalo na kay Aqua. Maghanda ka na dyan dahil alam mo na yung paparating sa'yo.
Handa sila kasi maghahanda ako.
Ready na kami na makalaban sila.
Welcome to Week 4 here at MPL Philippines. This is your very own Odin.
And I'm Renmar Santa Cruz. We are at the edge of the halfway point of the season, and you can really feel the intensity buzzing around the community and even here at the MPL Arena.
At sa linggong ito nga, ay masasaksihan na natin ang mga huling laban bago tayo tumungo sa ikalawang round ng ating liga where the stakes will get even higher.
And you know what, Odin? Sigurado ako maraming sorpresa ang nag-aabang sa atin ngayon, like changes in the lineup, hello there, and maybe even changes in the draft picks later, who knows?
Kaya naman sa mga nanonood din sa kanilang mga tahanan, let us know your predictions for today. At hindi na natin papatagalin pa dahil gusto na natin makita ang mga bakbakan sa loob ng Land of Dawn with our casters.
Alright, you know what? It's game time! Sabay-sabay ulit natin tutunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. We are currently here in Week 4, Day 1, and we'll be your casters. Suomi here with Athena and Wolf, heading to series which looks to be a Goliath versus David matchup.
So many history for this first match alone, and especially onto the reinvention of our players.
Yeah, I do like the fact that there was a little bit of a video that we were given before this match started, and it featured some of the raiders that we have loved.
Well, looking at the few raiders that we have left during this series, we'd have to see, of course, the equipment they're going to use, because they are equipped with all-day 120 FPS system. The next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone, powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines.
And during this season, we are definitely expecting more for our players. As you mentioned, there are certain familiar faces we've seen for a pre-opening video, and as well as for the players itself that we'll be playing for today.
And surely, you could level up your game as well with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries. And obviously, if you get those, there are big prizes upcoming for those who install it.
And that is a lot, actually. And you could make your life easier by scanning the QR code right down below there. So you could go and access those Vibe app and download it right now.
And I believe that there are so many giveaways that Vibe by BPI is going to be having. And by the way, I've also tried Vibe by BPI itself, actually.
And actually,
super good.
Last month, there were a couple of winners. Not a couple. It was a lot of winners. 200 lucky winners receive 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. And this month, we've raised the amount for you to be potentially winning 50,000 diamonds.
Wow. So, yeah, just like what I did last month, I want you to try it out. Download and sign up for Vibe right now, because being an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
And we talked about David Goliath matchups here. We're looking at Aurora Gaming versus AP Bren in our first match of the day. And when we look at the Infinix standings, it's quite easy to say that this is going to be a tough matchup for AP Bren, considering that we do have a 7-seed AP Bren going up against currently the #1 seed Aurora Gaming, only dropping around 5 games and still winning most of their series that go all the way to 3 games.
That's a win streak currently. 4-match win streak for Aurora, topping off the charts. And comparing onto AP Bren, although they are not really onto the top 4 of our Infinix standing, but still, they managed to win their last match last week.
That's right. That's a very important win for the side of AP Bren for sure. But the numbers won't lie here. It's an 8-5 game win-loss team going up against a 5-8 win-loss team.
Yeah, and all of these numbers taken into account, these teams know how to play all down to the wire around 3 games. And for Aurora Gaming, I think the last few matches that they've had aren't really easy matches as well. They went up against TLPH, they went up against Aurora, they went up against ONIC Philippines, and now they're going to go up against their first quote-unquote easy matchup, supposedly against AP Bren, considering that this is one of the lower seeded teams right now, only second to Team Falcons PH, which is currently on 1 point, and our first our second matchup would be ONIC Philippines against Omega, in which case another David versus Goliath matchup with the 3rd-seeded ONIC Philippines against a 5th-seeded Omega Esports.
But we do see some reunions, as we mentioned, for the first and even for the second matchup.
Yeah.
Ryota going up against his former organization before
yes.
we hint on a different region. But talking about the first match, as you mentioned, familiar faces here on our league.
Woo! It's Demon Kite and Light going up against Aqua. This was the mid trio before.
Oh, yes.
Look at that. And now they're playing up against each other. And back in Season 9, they have played 46 matches together with a 67% win rate. This is actually their championship run.
Yeah.
And during MSC 2022, they have played 123 games.
Wow. And let's not forget, this was also the season that they won the
That's also true.
MSC title.
That's also true.
And this is probably one of the best mid-trios of their era, in which case, right now, they are going to go up against each other with Aqua and AP Brent.
Glad that you mentioned that, because I really felt that this was a dynamic trio mid, because if you recall, they're called the Pandamentals, right? And they're going up, and the era back then was Pandamentals going up against the textbook TNC, which, you know, the strategies between two teams are very fundamental, but they're also based in that trio mid. And some games are won and lost because of the trio mid.
But actually, before they went on to their separate ways, Aurora was the last team that they ever faced as RSG way back MPL Season 14. So kind of ironic to put it that way.
Well, we talked about the Pandamentals. How about we hear from Panda himself?
Hey guys, 안녕하세요. It's been a long time. But today's a special day because 3 of my eldest sons are facing against each other today, and I'm really excited. So before the match starts, I just want to leave a quick message. To Demon Kite, do you still remember ba yung mga sleepless nights natin sa Wrecker's house? I gave you my iPad, tapos sobrang excited ka to share mga learnings mo sa akin. That day, na-realize ko na that player is going to be special. And look at you today. Kay Aqua, pinaka-consistent player ko tsaka pogi sa lahat. You always inspire others, and rain or shine, andun ka lagi, consistent, strong. And I really love you for that. Kay Light, what do I really need to say? You are my star. Just keep doing what you're doing because you always give your best. And with passion and with inspiration, just keep inspiring others because that's what you're best at do. And I just want to say na sobrang proud ako sa inyo lagi. Tapos, thankful din from the bottom of my heart for giving me your trust and also your love. You are my past glory, my current pride, and my future stars forever. Good luck sa mga journey nyo, and may the best and the most enjoying win today. Basta, walang regrets. I'll see you guys when I see you. Basta, good luck.
And Coach Panda, really bringing in the feels for that one. One of the legends in the coaching field here in MPL Philippines. Now taking a break, as far as I know, back in Korea. And obviously, skin glowing and everything. Might be a lot happier with a more relaxed life now.
More mature version, of course, as well as I'm glad I'm not as a player right now playing after that heartwarming video. I'm having a hard time to put my emotions at bay, but looking forward on how they will play out. Will they use that as an inspiration or even a motivation?
Well, for me, you know, that will be an inspiration. And honestly, like, these are the moments where you can say, this is why I love esports, dude. It's like, you see like how the story was written for this squad. Panda calling them his sons?
Eldest sons.
Eldest sons.
That means there are younger ones out there too.
So this is the reason why we are in esports. It's the reason why I chose Mobile Legends in the first place. The community, man.
Yeah, I love the community, and honestly, I love the gameplay as well coming in from Light. Our week 2 and 3, I think week 3 roamer of the week, and definitely a lot of great plays coming in from this man. And when we look at all the matches that they've played for the last 2 weeks of MPL Philippines, you would know why this player stands out the most. And right now, there are watch parties happening all around the country, and that is for both, actually all of the stuff right now for Aurora Gaming, all the way in Street Kohi in Maginhawa.
And even for AP Bren, right? You could also watch them because there's going to be the battle between Aurora and AP Bren, if you're also a supporter for the Bees that is eyeing out to go for a David and Goliath star, as you mentioned. And for Aurora, I do like that they're pointing out that, come on, go, join us with a watch party.
Yeah.
I do hope that the people from the watch party would feel the vibe, because I think that when you are here in the arena, it's like there's like two teams that you would want to support. But during their watch parties, I'm sure that they support only one team, their team. You know,
it's so fun to be in a community where you could just support one team and cheer together and even eat together. Surely there are a lot of good food there in the watch party, and that's not just for Aurora Gaming, but for a lot of our other watch parties as well for other teams. But for now, we do have a community poll. Who is your favorite coach from the Age of Dreamers? You have 4 choices out here. Letter A, it's Coach Panda. B, Coach Ducky. C, Coach Arcadia, now in MPL Malaysia. And Coach Dale as well. And letter D. And maybe they could also discuss other coaches that they remember in the comment section.
Coach Lark, for example.
Coach Lark as well. And maybe they could talk about that in our Facebook groups as well.
He was also included onto the Age of Dreamers era here for MPL. Coach Lark.
Coach Lark from ULVL Carlo Giron, the most beautiful coach in the world. Shoutouts.
Truly, that was a time to be a coach. And I think during the Age of Dreamers, we actually did see a lot of coaching developments. Not just player development, but development in the art of coaching itself.
Yeah, there were certain boundaries on whatever is the role, analyst or coach. There was a definite time onto how we would describe the difference between those two.
And, you know, the coach that made a lot of difference was definitely Coach Panda. I would say he's the pioneer of all the coaches here in the Philippines when it comes to Mobile Legends, because he is, I would say, the first coach that you can legitimately call a coach.
Oh, yes. I think a lot of earlier coaches in MLBB esports history, and this is not to offend anyone, usually take in the role of like a playing coach or maybe a coach slash manager.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you said, when Coach Panda came in here in the Philippines and established himself in MLBB esports, we began to see people take the MLBB esports coaching in a more analytical approach.
And in other words, he made somewhat of a structure on what coaching really needs to be, aside from just guiding the players outside the game, but also focusing on the fundamentals during the game.
And especially when you look back at the Age of Dreamers, this is just right after them winning their Archangel run back in Season 3. He then became the head coach or one of the coaches in charge of Cebol national team. And they also develop a system. Even when with scouting players, even with like discussing like what the actual lineup will be, Coach Panda was the pioneer for sure.
Well, the players are already getting ready. It's AP Brand versus Aurora Gaming. Players, let's get it on.
It's a Raiders reunion for the first match of the day. Here's the Hive, Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizo. It's AP Bren. And their opponents, number 1 in the standings, it's Edward, Demon Kite, UL Light, and Domen Kite, Aurora! And to oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. And our coaches. For AP Brand, it's Coach Jeff. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. The Hive and the Northern Lights, MPL Arena, Magingay!
It's high time to start the battle between the Bees and the Northern Lights. Let's welcome the Hive with Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizu.
After last week's performance, we see the need to get Aqua yet again onto the main 5 lineup, and eventually getting the W for this last match. And also, it's an unspoken rule or unspoken attitude here for Aqua that he really needs to prove himself versus other teammates from RSG that he is now facing against Aurora.
And speaking of that former teammates, let's welcome Aurora Gaming. We have Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Light, and Domenkite.
You know what's really surprising to me when looking at RORA is that every week there is a standout player. For example, week number 1, Doming and Edward. Week number 2, it's Edward as well as Light. And then now it's Light and Demon Kite. Everybody's just performing in RORA.
And looking at the team head-to-head, there's an obvious disparity between all of the stats that we could see here. Aurora Gaming definitely dominating the statistics that we see right now.
We know for sure that the reason why Aurora is dominating all of the stats that we're seeing is because of their early game. First Blood obviously can only be achieved in the early game. And for Aurora, they are always winning when it comes to Turtle Control and the Lord Control. So this kind of tells me that the real strength of Aurora is in the early game.
Oh, yeah. And we did see that for a majority of the matches that we've seen so far from Aurora Gaming, especially with that win streak that you mentioned, Athena. All of the times that they had like around a 5,000, 8,000 gold lead, it's almost always guaranteed for them to win. But before we move deeper into this first match, let's go back in time and see how their ping test went about.
Hello, hello. Shoutout kay Aqua Boy. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Bigyan natin magandang laban ng mga fans. Gagalingan ko, Daddy. Para sa'yo, Daddy. Happy ako. Nasa MPL ka na ulit, Daddy. Sana manalo kayo sa mga games niya. Pero pag sa amin, siyempre, dapat wag.
Nakang-message ko kay Boss D, kay Boss Dylan. Good luck. Huwag mo ako bugbugin sa mid, ha. Kalmahan mo lang, Earth. Alam mo ang galaw ko, ha. Galit yagi yun, eh. Yari ako dyan. Kalmado lang, ha. Kalmahan nyo lang.
Ano yan? Parang nandudurog na naman yung aura mo.
Yan.
Good luck, Dan.
Ba't nandun yun?
Ha?
Lipat ka muna doon.
Auraan din?
Kakampi ko naman dati yun eh.
Parang boss yun, ha. Pwede yun.
Pwede, lipat ka doon.
Nang-aura na naman kayo, eh. Sino nga bang mananalo? Okay ba ganito? Gantong forma?
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Edward! Regalo ko sa'yo, Ward, oh. Eto. You and I! Tayong dalawa lang, you eh. Against all odds.
Well, that's our Smart 5G ping test, and we do actually have a ping test happening while they're singing and having fun, and that's all for tournament integrity. So surely these players are already ready to get it on for our first match.
And also, belated happy birthday, Edward.
Oh yes.
And also, we need to see a lot of those or more of those singing coming out from the players.
Well, before we move towards the players once again, let's move forward with the keys to victory. With, of course, the Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's APBR going up against Aurora, at para sa APBR, ang unang-una nilang kailangan gawin ay i-deny ang lapu-lapu ni Edward. Via bayaban or pwede naman din nilang i-deny pick. Pero basta hindi pwede mahawakan yan ni Edward. And I think that deserves no explanation. Harif din naman ni Doming kailangan ding i-deny dito ng APBR. Etong dalawang heroes na to ang sobrang komportable, ang Aurora, and APBR needs to deny that. Next, they also have to survive the early game with trades or rotations. It's very noticeable na sa buong liga natin, despite the week 1 loss mula sa Aurora, ay sila yung pinakamagaling ang early game. In fact, kahit sa mga games na itinalo ng Aurora, ay early game panalo pa rin sila. So this is something na kailangan talagang i-survive ng APBR. Now, for Aurora, they have to watch out for APBR's pocket strats. At kapansin-pansin din ang APBR ay nagre-resolve doon. Even yung drafting nila sa week 1 ay nagbibigay sa atin ng konting flexibility with their jungler choices. Biglang nagiging jungler yung Reyes sila. And then they're also the team that is willing to pick up yung mga tipong Soyu or even the Lucas in the jungle. So they just have to watch out for that. And most importantly, kailangan nilang ipanalo yung mid lane matchup, lalong-lalo na dun sa scaling. At sakto, ang ating back-to-back or at least 2-time na mid laner of the week
ay si Yue. Napakagandang stats mula kay Yue. In the late game, maaasahan talaga. And even in the early game rotations, napaka-importante sa mga turtle team fights for RORA. At alam naman natin, ang makatapat ni Yue ngayon is Aqua, who is also very good at scaling heroes. And this is something na kailangan i-address din ng RORA. Although malakas din naman talaga si Yue, kailangan pa rin ay mas maganda yung hero niya over dito kay Aqua. That's what we can expect mula sa RORA versus APBR. So again, back to the casters.
Well, Wolf, you mentioned about the Lapu Lapu in the hands of Edward and the Harith in the hands of Doming. Both of which very powerful pickups in the meta right now. And honestly, the top 1 and 2 in terms of contested heroes overall in MPL Philippines Season 16.
And I know that it sounds like a cheat code when I'm asked about the keys to victory for anyone that's facing actually for Aurora to ban the Lapu Lapu by Edward. It's just that when you watch it, it's just so difficult to kind of play against it. Just ban it. Don't try to counter it. Because I've seen teams like pick up like Esmeralda against Lapu Lapu off Edward. Does not work.
Yeah. Considering he's the most and Mr. Consistent here for Aurora, it really reflects onto his playstyle, and Lapu is the perfect fit for it. You have the sustain, you have the damage, plus the setup as well. Onto controlling the early, that which is for APBR needs to take control of according to our Infinix keys to victory. And for the Harith here for Domingkite, to be honest, I look back and he was actually winning, especially onto the early gold lane advantage.
Probably the best Harith player right now in Season 16. By the way, welcome to Match 1, Game 1 of their first Best of 3 series of Week 4, Day 1. Once again, it's APBR in the blue side, red side for Aurora Gaming. And looks like we are not seeing bans towards that Lapu Lapu or that Harith just yet. And for the red side of Aurora Gaming, they're taking out standard bans, taking away the Wanwan, the first pick, the Lancelot, and the Yi Sun Shin. Still very much open to take here for APBR.
For sure, when you open up the Lapu Lapu, you want to take it first. So a first pick Lapu Lapu is going to be advisable here for APBR. Just looking at some of their first pick heroes, they usually go for Arlet, for Lancelot, for Baxia, and the CC. In this case, it seems like they want to take the Baxia because we know that APBR likes to play a little bit of a flexible kind of pick for Mr. James Banks.
Yeah, it's all about the pocket stress, as you mentioned, that could make or break their game. But to be honest, I would like to see them for once maximize the meta currently. So far with their Lucas pick from last week or their last matches ago, I do like to give James Banks a hero that he's most comfortable with, especially with assassin heroes currently in our meta.
And that is the Lapu Lapu band on the side of APBR, following the Infinix keys to victory. Wolf, taking out the Lapu Lapu, how does the draft look like right now?
Yeah, so again, this is win condition for APBR, so I'm happy that they did ban the Lapu Lapu. The next problem now that they have to solve is the Harith, but I believe that there are some solutions to that. The Lapu Lapu does not have any, and I'm sure that you know this, Womi. So how does the draft look like? I think the Baxia is the priority here for APBR because it's a flex pick. If that is banned out by RORA, the next hero is going to be Arlet.
Yeah, the Arlet, the Yi Sun Shin. In fact, the CC is also open to take. So many people to choose for APBR. The Zhu Shin is also available to take. One of the, actually the third best first pick option. Even the Kalea as well. We've seen a lot of Kalea blue side first picks from last week. Let's see if that's going to carry over now in APBR.
And actually, I'm looking forward if they're going to give it to Xnova, because basing on his performance, it's most compatible with him versus onto just sustainable heroes. With the Kalea, he has the option to go in or somehow relieve some of the pressure here onto the very flashy mid here for APBR.
So APBR also has the choice to pick up the Harith first, but there is a definite answer here for Aurora. So instead, it will be the Kalea, Yi Sun Shin, and CC are heroes that Aurora really likes playing first, especially when going up against the Kalea.
It's going to be very powerful considering that Coach Jeff has already taken away the Lapu Lapu and the Phobius as well. That CC or Arlot will be really good here in the XP lane, but for Aurora Gaming, they could deny one of those picks. The Yi Sun Shin is also available to take if they want to get that snowball-heavy hero for Demon Kite, and we have seen a lot of YSS games for Demon Kite.
I do agree because they tend to let Yue be on the red 5 whenever under the red side, even though the Jushin is open. They could just let it go, get the Yusenshin. And direct answer here for Doming. Oh, Harit and Yusenshin, this looks so familiar. TNC Game 2.
Yes, it does look familiar. And RORA really likes the Yusenshin for sure. It's going to be the Joy with... Wait. Is that a new skin?
No way.
No. Okay. An homage? Is this an homage?
Both at the same time?
At the same time?
I'm not even sure. Were they paid to do this? Actual question. Were they paid to actually lock in the Joy and the Beatrix at the same time? Well, jokes aside, obviously these are very beautiful skins. One of the best out there right now. These are, I think, not yet available in the shop, but obviously something that we could preview here in MPL.
Something's cooking. Although, just to highlight, Beatrix is actually one of the favorite hero for Shizu way back on MDL, and he actually won many games with a split push because of this hero.
And they will be locking in the Gatot Kacha. Now, jokes aside for AP Bren, they do secure the Joy and the Beatrix. That's already a lot of burst damage paired up with the Kalea. And to be honest, this is quite the early to mid-game lineup that AP Bren is cooking right now in the first phase.
And there's always that combo of the Kalea plus the Beatrix. With the Joy, you kind of put pressure on Harith, but usually Harith is picked up after the Joy is being picked up. But knowing that the Harith is very strong right now, RORA will get the priority. And even when we are looking at good skins here for AP Bren and the debut of this Beatrix and this Joy, I would say that the lineup of Aurora is already good up against AP Bren's lineup, even when it's just the first 3 picks. And for Aurora, they're going to be looking for another hero that will be some sort of a sandbag for their team. Maybe a Uranus for Edward, or even an Esmeralda.
Yep, and I think if you're AP Bren, you should be able to take away the CC as well by this point. A CC plus a Gatot Kacha is still going to be really bad if you want to have your front line to stay alive for at least for the first 2 seconds or so. So for Aurora Gaming, they do have a chance to just limit the mid laners here for AP Bren. They do have red 4 priority, and that's going to decide the next few bans for AP Bren.
And looking at that, I was actually going to say the Selena could be a perfect answer for Yue, because I saw their combos with Agatot Kacha and Selena. That's insta lockdown. But looking down onto the Harith statistics here for Dominkai, that is quite high for this season.
Yeah, this just shows that his early game on this Harith is just honestly insane compared to others. Looking at a 12-minute advantage of 1,600 gold means that he probably has around half an item ahead against gold laners. And trust me when I say this, half an item ahead in gold lane is truly felt in team fights.
That's right. Especially with how Aurora utilizes leads that they have, right? They're so strong with their early game that they're also very oppressive when they do get the lead. And when we are talking about the late game problems of Aurora, it only existed in week number 1, but weeks number 2 and 3, we saw that they definitely fixed that. They're much better in the late game right now, especially when they started with the lead. So they're going to be very scary as a team when they do get that early game lead. Now, AP Bren can look to ban the Valentina as well as the Kimi.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward for the Kimi if ever.
Yeah.
It won't be banned out here for AP Bren. It could be a nice pick here for Aurora, even though technically it's a double marksman. It's still Harry here on the gold lane. But looking back, Aurora actually is one of the teams most stable right now on their season. And if they want more stability, you could just go for the comfort picks, especially for Edward, sticking to the Esmeralda. And it's going to be Valentina Ben here for AP Bren.
Let's see what the Aurora will get for red 4. I think if they get a Kimi here, that's going to be a quote-unquote triple marksman lineup. They would need a really tanky hero on the side of Edward.
Yeah, I only think of two heroes here. It's either the Kimi or the Eve, so that you can have some supplement to this Gatot Kacha. But both of those heroes work. And we know that
there you go.
Kimi.
Okay.
And there's no way that you get a Lolita here if you're AP Bren. You already have the Kalea. And the box just banned out as well, so almost all of the counter picks against these heroes are naturally taken away.
You can go cheesy here if you're AP Bren. You can go for something like a Masha, or you can go standard using the glue so that you have some frontline for your team.
I agree.
Somebody that can play contact and sandbag so that the Kalea will have an opening. And when it comes to the mid lane choices, maybe Eve is left, maybe Kagura can be... Oh no, there's no Kagura.
It was respect banned here for Aqua. Or they could go for the Eve.
Eve CC?
Eve CC here
How about
for AP Brand.
Lunox for... They do pick up
wow.
So the Lunox is good versus the Harry.
That's true, 100%. And the Ruby XP lane, we haven't seen this for the longest time. And if we look at Lord JM as an XP laner, if I'm being honest, he's one of the XP laners in our league right now willing to take off-meta heroes, such as like a Benedetta, or in this case, a Ruby.
Yeah.
And now if you're Aurora Gaming, you kind of don't want to take a glue here because the Ruby would just heal insane amounts every time you put that split on.
You need some Purify hero, maybe an Esmeralda.
Yep.
Arlet might work actually for Aurora, but they need some sort of frontline that can be sustainable. Yeah, so Esmeralda or Arlet.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Wait,
okay.
what?
Damn.
I could imagine Midnight's reaction with this Rizla pick. Locking in here for Edward. But looking back, I do have a question. The last time that we've seen the Lunox was on the gold lane, right?
Yes.
So technically speaking, it's going to be the first time in a while it's going to be on the mid lane here for Aqua.
And that's going to be a big change considering that gold lane Lunoxes have more access to gold, in which case they could rush items like Sky Piercer and stuff. But for mid lane, how does the dynamic change here on a more team-wide line or team-wide macro lens here?
So it will be a lot slower for AP Brand. In the early game, they don't have as much strength, especially when it comes to team fighting, unless, of course, X-Nova and Lord JM just pops off. Apart from that, it's going to be a very, very slow game for the side of AP Brand. If they do keep their farm, if they keep their turrets intact, maybe just trade when the Lord fights happen, maybe get some pickoffs, that could be a win for them.
Well, we're about to see what's going to happen in Game 1 of AP Brand versus Aurora Gaming. This is a best-of-3 series between the 7th seed AP Brand and the 1st seed Aurora. Another David versus Goliath matchup here. And this is the classic setup for our games so far. Just clear the mid lane and hopefully nobody gets poked out too heavily.
Yeah, and I was actually looking forward on our mid lane matchup, but before all that, expected for you Whiskini as well, but that continuous poke around here onto AP Brand.
Well, at least he has some sort of healing coming in from his first kill if you're the Lunox, but it's really hard to fight against Akimi, especially when that passive is up.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the skins actually. I'm paying attention because I believe that the Beatrix skin is not yet available.
Yeah.
And this is also not the M6 skin, right? For the Joy.
Yeah,
so,
I think it was just a tease.
It was just a tease.
During the hero select. But this is really interesting. Dominkaidi 2v1 scenario. Shizo still has that flicker.
There's a chase down. It's going to be the arrow hitting. Shizu will still survive. Regen activated. But if Dom or Shizu actually survives the 2-minute and 16 mark, he's safe. Because that's the first turret takedown and fastest for this season, right?
Yep. Unfortunately, the gold cannon was denied away from Shizu. So
that's true.
Ooh, that's a big problem for Shizu.
And I think James Banks might be in trouble here. Light does have the revitalize, but Demon Kai!
Oh, that's going to be immobilized. First blood here for Demon Kai. Continuous damage here for Aurora, chasing down Nova. Demon Kai won an early double kill.
This is best case scenario for Aurora Gaming Wolf. 2 kills in the hands of a Yisun Shin.
Whew. And a disaster for AP Brand. When we said that the early game will be very slow for AP Brand, we meant that this will mean that they cannot team fight. And unfortunately, they forced the issue. They were the ones who tried to invade against RORA, and they paid the price.
Okay, that's a big vision coming here for Aurora. Jumping in with a penalty zone. Penalized here. It's going to be James Banks. The turtle is still alive. Lord Jim Next Nova might go and try to lay things up, but for Aurora, might be a sure turtle here for Demon Kai.
Easy turtle here for Aurora Gaming. Not only do they secure the turtle, but they secure a kill as well in James Banks, severely damaging the early game of AP Bren here. Ooh. Wolf, you talked about AP Bren having a slow game. Are they having that right now? I feel like the pace is just out of hand.
Yeah. Whatever word there is to describe what is slower than slow, that is the word that we should use. And I don't know that word. Because for AP Brand, they were banking on the fact that James Banks can just go for invades or for some trades.
Now he can't.
Now he can't because he tried to contest twice against RORA. And he died twice.
At least he tried, and I think that was part of the win condition for AP Bren. But now that that's off the table, Shizo will be able to survive. Nice rotation coming in from Next Nova. And it seems that Aurora Gaming, they're taking control of the early game, and the gold lane is no different. Level 4 for X Nova here, and they're going to go for another invade.
They have a different definition of slow here for AP Bren. Slow in terms of farming and slow in terms of rotation. And for Aurora, it's more the fast pace, and they're trying to accumulate as much as they can, especially onto trying to dwindle down what Shizu could offer for the early phases of her game.
Yeah, Shizu is definitely having a bad laning phase against this Harith. I think early on he did win a couple of trades, but that early trade-off coming in from Demon Kite in the top lane just ruined the entire early game for Shizu here.
Imagine how easy was that for Aurora. Knowing that their matchup was Beatrix and Harith, they know that there is a little bit of a window for the Beatrix to own this Harith, but they completely deny that. And this just speaks to us how good of a Harith player Dominic Kite is and how good of a Harith team RORA is. They know the win conditions, they know the losing conditions, and they always adjust to that.
Yep, 10 seconds before the second turtle spawns. We do have a big item power spike here for the Beatrix, a Sea Halberd to limit the healing coming in from Aurora Gaming. And the question remains, will AP Bren actually try to contest this turtle fight?
But let's see. They just handed over Aurora one of their keys to victory, very specific onto Dominic Kite's Harriet, and now they're placing themselves here at the left bush mid. Aqua can do nothing but stare down.
Ouch.
An ulti might be forced out. Speaking of ulti, Lord JM trying to go for the I'm of the play, getting caught here on this Edward. Buffer Light just sustaining all of the damages. AP Bren, a lot of resources has been wasted, and no turtle yet here for James Banks.
That's the second turtle going to the hands of Aurora, and it seems that they're not yet done. They still want a bit of plating here in the gold lane, and that's going to be a 2v2 up here top, and they're not going to continue with that fight. Still gets a couple more gold for Dominkite, a total win for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah. And now they have inflated their lead to 3,000 gold.
So much. And we can see right now that even Shizu, with 3 members at bay, will they be able to catch Dominic Kite? But no is the answer. Demon Kite, on the other hand, helping out his Kite brother. Still not going for the run, but still, Aqua, that's the wrong move. That's a dead end. Demon Kite with a double kill as well.
And now you have a 4-0-1 Yisun Shin, 100% kill participation. This could not get any better for Aurora Gaming.
Fortunately for AP Bren, they do have some defense because of that wave clear coming out from the Beatrix, but that could easily be a third push from Aurora. And although they have taken down Domikite, this is not really your only problem. Yisun Shin is already a problem. Getting 4 and 0-1, you've mentioned this, Womi 5 kills where
within 6 minutes, by the way, that is insane.
Exactly.
Yep.
He is a part of, he is right now 1,000 gold or more than 1,000 gold above the Joy. And we know that the Yisun Chain, that snowball is a problem.
Okay, that's Tsunami Slam cornering Edward, but on the other hand, that's going to be a cross-map turret play here for Domikite.
Turret for life and an XP laner. I'd say Aurora still won that trade. That's map control that they established around the last turtle of the game as well. Now, the mid lane looks to be the next target here for Aurora Gaming, but the orange side of AP Brand is already opened up. Shizo has to push this one, but 3 people from Aurora Gaming already walking up top, and here comes AOG.
Okay, hitting Shizu right on the head right now. There's going to be the follow-up damage. Grudge will not hit anyone here for Aurora. That's a huge miss here for AP Bren.
Now the turtle has spawned. Shizo, Domikite, Lord JM will be seeing each other around that river area. Big rotation here coming in from Aurora Gaming. It seems that AP Bren doesn't have enough firepower to actually contest this final turtle.
There's really no way for AP Bren to contest. And it's not advisable as well. Just go for the trades. That's exactly what they're doing. Yue now has the Sky Piercer and will now forever be a problem for the side of AP Bren. Even their jungle is getting invaded right now.
I do feel like that AP Bren adjusted their playstyle. They're a little more aggressive, but I believe it's a minute or 2 minutes late because Aurora already got most of the objectives. Plus, even on the vantage point here in the map, they couldn't place themselves in the position where they could surprise members from Aurora.
Yeah, to be fair, they did try in the early game. Sadly, the micro mechanics coming in from Demon Kite just clocked in quite early as well. Did get that double kill that resulted into this very terrible snowball if you are AP Bren. But if you're Aurora Gaming, especially for those fans watching in the watch parties right now, they must be celebrating a stellar performance so far for Demon Kite on that Yi Sun Shin. Again, this could not get any better for a Yi Sun Shin player to have 90% of the kills in a 7-minute game.
That's the dream, to get the numbers, plus they're able to take down turret after turret before the 8-minute mark.
And this is already disastrous for the side of AP Bren. And then when you're looking at their late game win conditions, they do have the damage. They have the Joy, which does output so much damage. Beatrix in combination with the Kalia has always been one of the staple combos, and there's so many things that you can do with it. But the big problem is, apart from the items, apart from the gold lead, the presence of Purifies on the side of Aurora.
You're right.
You have that in Yue, you have that as well in Dom and Kite, the damage dealers from Aurora. That is gonna be another issue that they have to solve.
There's just so little margin of error for AP Bren here.
Yeah, and even if they manage to get the perfect target with what happened onto Dom and Kite, at what cost, right? There was just too much of a consequence. Even if they were able to target the Tsunami Slam right on the right target, picking off, shutting down Doming at that early, they just don't have the right answer yet for Demon Kite.
Yeah, they kind of have to wait for a perfect team fight, if I'm being honest, because I feel like the power spike for AP Bren has already passed through, Wolf. For AP Bren, they wanted to win the early to the mid game, and obviously the lineup for the side of Aurora Gaming was meant to shine by mid to late game. But sadly for AP Bren, because of a lot of mishaps down bottom lane that gave kills to Demon Kite, they've passed their power spike already. They need to find a team fight that actually is, I would say, a miscalculated fight here for Aurora Gaming.
That could be
really hard to do.
Yep, you're right. It's like waiting for a very stable team to make an error or mistake. And knowing the personality for Aurora, they're trying to limit those things. And as much as possible here for APBR, they just need to hold on. But right now, Aurora is holding on to taking down objective. After objective, another takedown here on the turret of top lane.
Just looking at the potential itemization here for AP Bren, because there are 2 magic damage dealers on the side of Aurora, and you only have to deal with this Yi Sun Shin when it comes to damage output. So maybe when it comes to itemization and just tanking through, maybe there is an option. And we also have to take note of Aqua. Maybe later on, this mid lane Lunox can pop off with the Flicker if he is able to secure kills with the Lunox bomb / the Ruby DD play. Maybe that could be a potential thing, because that doesn't, it does not care about your Purify. It's about your positioning.
Maybe.
That's true. And also, I think the ball is in the hands of Lord JM as well. Finding those targets. Yes, you do have like around 2 Purifies on the 2 targets that you want, but burning those Purifies is also one way to give Xnova the chance to actually pick off members coming in from Aurora Gaming, as Aurora starts this first Lord of the game. And it seems that AP Bren, they're going to try to take this away, but the Lord is immediately secured by Demon Kite.
And one way and another, Aurora still gets the upper hand. Demon Kite with an unstoppable kill. In an instant, Aqua is down. We were just talking about how he can utilize just to remove the bits of the Purify here for you and even Dom and Kite, but that didn't happen at all. And now Aurora eyes another turret onto the turret here onto the mid lane, and they're not stopping there as they go forward and maximize the wave here onto their minions.
AP Bren looking shell-shocked against the offense of Aurora Gaming. They have a Lord up top, and they've already gotten a tower plus a kill with that Lord, and they're still not stopping in the mid lane. Here comes the Bennett's Rage, and looks like they will be able to defend mid lane, but the Lord Siege is still ongoing for Aurora.
This is just Lord number 1, and the fact that they have defended their mid lane turret, it's already mini W here for AP Bren. They just have to keep their inner turrets intact or they're base turrets, I think they're called.
Yep.
They're tier 3s. They just have to keep those together.
Yep, huge gold lead here for Aurora Gaming, and it seems that they're setting up for a three-way push. Nice defense coming in from APBREN down bottom lane. Mid lane goes Pop, and top lane, it seems like they're gonna go for Edward instead.
Okay, Xnova trying to start the fight, but it's going to be Aurora winning that one. You are with the triple kill, making it a maniac. James Banks is the only man left here. Will you get for the first savage? What a nice stun here for Aurora. Chasing him down. It's going to be a savage here for Yue as Aurora takes game number 1.
Mid laner of the week, week 2 and week 3 back-to-back starts with a savage in week 4. Yue comes online by this mid-game victory.
And although the Lunox would have worked versus the tanky heroes on the side of Aurora versus the Harith maybe in the late game, in the early stages, it was clear that the mid lane duo or trio on the side of APBREN, they're so weak and they're also making a lot of mistakes. Because of that, there was just no way for APBREN to recover.
And that's just so hard if you're a Lunox that really wants to farm up in the early game or maybe even snowball to a certain degree. So we did see Yue also poking out the Lunox, especially early on. So this was in no way in the hands of APBREN. The moment that they won or lost that first team fight, now we're moving towards a potential game number 2 where they have to hit that hard reset button. That was a really hard match for APBREN. Before Aurora Gaming, our MVP of game number 1, it's going to be Yue playing that Kimmy that also scored a Savage. And correct me if I'm wrong, first Savage of Season 16.
That might, yeah, that is actually the first Savage. Starting with 91% kill participation. I wonder which kill was was he not part of. But obviously this is mainly because of the early game and the draft that we expected from the side of Aurora. We recommended the bans for APBREN to be Valentina and the Kimi, but they did ban out the Valentina and they let go of the Kimi. I thought that they had an answer, but they didn't have it, especially without that Kagura. And it was very clear from the start that APBREN were fighting in terms that will always be favorable for Aurora. Like, I think this was the biggest mistake from APBREN. They already lost the double buff on James Banks because of that first death on James Banks.
Yeah.
And they still tried to take that turtle. It was ill-advised, and it was really the biggest problem here for APBREN.
I feel like for Aurora Gaming, they kept it simple too. They didn't go in for any fancy wombo combos. They went in for the Terizla that doesn't really require a lot of money to go online. Yes, the Terizla did suffer one death early on, but to be fair, the mere presence of the penalty zone just made sure that James Pax couldn't even enter the premises of early objective fights.
Yeah, and also to add up onto the draft, I know they have good intentions onto banning out the Valentina and letting go of the Kimi, but Lunox likes, to be honest, there are more unorthodox picks or pocket picks here for Aqua if ever, but the Lunox just ain't it, especially if you want to go for the snowball against a Kimi. That is really hard to do.
That's true. I mean, this Kimi already secured a Sky Piercer as well that helped him to get this Savage, and Yue definitely showing up ever since week 2. He has been playing in a very high level in this very quick game in this game 1 best of 3 series. An 11-minute game, APBREN losing out in the early, and Aurora Gaming just making sure that their late game power spike comes in before the 12-minute mark.
And it's mainly because of how they rotated around the map, especially with the defense from Demon Kite. Demon Kite participated in 2 important fights before the turn. The first one, denying Shizu of that win versus Demon Kite by actually visiting top lane or the gold lane, and then eventually connecting with his teammates to complete that trio mid that eventually punished APBREN's attempt for an invade. And then afterwards, they went for the turtle. James Pank slipped, made a mistake, and Demon Kite was there again to punish. Aurora are always good at identifying the proper places to be in, and you gotta have to credit Demon Kite with that as well. He just knew and downloaded APBREN's movements, and he adjusted accordingly, punished APBREN with it, and then won afterwards.
And looking at how the items progressed as well, it's quite interesting to see that they actually funneled in a lot of their items, or maybe even kills, towards that second item, Sky Piercer, on this Kimmy pickup. And usually we want to see teams feed the kills to either the jungler or the Harith here, but they did get the kills early on for Demon Kite, and eventually transitioning to making this Kimmy into their primary carry by mid to late.
Because it's all about the continuous damage that Kimmy can deliver. Expecting more that Aqua might find the way to stay in the lane if ever he goes front line onto Aurora. But that didn't happen at all, because the moment he shows his face, he was instantly taken down. Even before the first Lord take here for Aurora, all of it made sense as well. And there's quite a respect here for me that they do need to acknowledge onto removing Harith also here for Doming Kite.
Yep, and looking at our big four, our carry would be Yue playing that Kimmy. It's all gonna be Aurora here with the Sandbag and the Wingman as well, going to light, but of course our BPI rich guy, Demon Kite on this Cheese and Shin.
Yeah, 950 GPM. You know, what's interesting is that I have not seen anyone go north of 900. In fact, maybe the highest might have been 890 for the past few days that we've seen, or past few weeks. And this is mainly because of the kills and assists that Demon Kite was able to get in the early stages. I mean, being what, 100% kill participation in the first 5 minutes, or was it first 6 minutes?
First 7.
Oh my goodness. And with what, 6 kills already in 7 total for the team? Whew, that is a difficult scenario to be in if you're APBR.
Yep, and now they got to move on. They got to reset. They got to find a way to extend this series. And for the longest time, Aurora Gaming has been playing 3-game series. I think the last 3 series that they played all went down to the wire, and this might just be a thing for APBR as well. Maybe extend this to game number 3. But of course, if you are here around the Philippines, you would want to watch MPL Philippines live. Don't miss out on this early Christmas gift. Tickets are now at 189 pesos from September until September 19. Go to the MPL PH website and secure your tickets now. There are still tickets here, or maybe seats that are available for certain matches, but if I'm being honest, if you're a TLPH fan or Aurora fan, tickets are starting to be scarce.
Yeah, they booked their tickets early. They're well-prepared Auroras and Cavalry, and we could see them actually waving their flags behind us, and that's going to be somewhat of an experience if you buy your MPL tickets.
Well, apart from that, you could be featured as the next MPL PH Super Fan of the Month as well. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
And you could also share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month.
I can't believe we still have to put in a reminder to keep things positive. You know, a lot of our passionate individuals who discuss usually use very passionate words that we would like to tone it down for a bit, you know. But I love the passion. Honestly, if you look around the community, a lot of our members really love the game, not just the game, but the players that play it. And when we look at the players who are playing right now for Aurora Gaming versus APBR, we're looking at a good mix of next generation superstars and already built veterans.
And you're right. We're clearing out the road to eventually get to know the players more, who's going to be on the next spotlight here for our MPL champs.
Well, we're going to see our clear men, I think with a... Oh, wow.
Okay.
I was so distracted with the Riz. He's our clear head super fan of the day, guys.
There you go.
Maybe another one. No? Oh, here we go. Bringing out the shampoo bottle as well. Congratulations to our clear head super fan of the day. Power up your dander-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
There you go.
This guy's built for commercials.
Watch out, everyone.
How can you become the clear head?
Super fan.
Hey man, I want my mullet to be featured.
There you
man.
go.
I'm gonna step out of this casting desk, go in the crowd.
Yes, sir.
Plus, I'm wearing clear colors. If you put a clear bottle right next to my suit, that's gonna be practically invisible, bro.
Yeah.
It's all about the blue, and I think the winning condition to be the clear super head fan of the day is how you flex your hair. Of course.
That's right. And you know who needs some clear heads right now?
AP Brand,
AP Brand
definitely.
for sure.
AP Brand, bro.
Just to clear that out. And I
Yes, sir.
personally believe that they have defeated themselves in the draft in a way that they put themselves in a situation that has only one win condition, which is get into that super duper late game, right? Especially with the Joyce was the Beatrix. And for them to be able to get good initiations, I think this high pick Beatrix might have been the problem for them. I would honestly understand why they picked up the Joy early. Maybe if they snatch the Kimi with the Joy or maybe snatch the Gadotkacha with the Joy, things could have been different. But the draft order here for APBN must be the first one for them, must be the first problem for them to fix.
I think they overthought about the Harith pick coming in from Doming as well.
Agree.
And for a lot of gold laners out there, Beatrix is starting to be one of their quote-unquote counters against this Harith, considering that the Nibiru's DPS early on could actually fight against this Harith. And the sheer AoE of the Bennett's Rage and the Nibiru's Passion allows for the Zaman Force to be nullified, but we did not see that in Game 1 at all.
And definitely it was a bit too early. You're right about the draft rotation and the numbering here for AP Brand. But moving forward, I would love to see them on the red side if ever, just to get the first 2 picks. And I believe that if ever they get the chance, they could go and get more priority picks for their side.
Yeah. That might happen in third game because right now Aurora Gaming already selected red side. So, yep, on to the draft we go.
Right on cue.
So far for Aurora on the red side, they have indeed been winning. They have been winning a lot actually. So it's like
They won a lot, and they also 3 members out of 5 won Team of the Week, right?
That's right.
Starting off with their mid laner of the week.
Might just be even mid later of the week for week 4 if ever he gets another Savage. Or
maybe.
What's their next match? Like I'm actually gonna go to the regular season tab right now, and their next match is going to be up against Smart Omega, which we will also see later on. That match will be happening in week 4, day number 2, which is tomorrow, our second match. But for Aurora Gaming, they're still up against AP Bren. If there's one underdog story that you want to look at right now, AP Bren, they are built around the veteran Aqua, a former MSC champion, a former MPL champion, and surrounded with, I would say, sophomore and rookie talents. James Max already on his 2nd season of MPL, Lord JM around in his 3rd season of MPL. Of course, a lot of seasons as well overseas. And for, I think, X-Nova, one of the budding roamers here in our system of players.
Yeah, I do like that you mentioned X-Nova, and I do hope that their connection with Aqua will be builded more, because I do feel like there's this kind of space or kind of a disconnection in terms of shot calling, especially earlier. I just don't feel the duo yet building here for Aqua and even X-Nova.
Oh, that's a hot take. Well, let's get into match 1, game number 2. It's still going to be Aurora Gaming on the red side and AP Brand on the blue side, but this time around, Aurora did choose to stay on the red side. And looking at the bans, it practically is somewhat identical from game number 1.
Yeah. So this could mean that the Lapu-Lapu is the ban here for AP Bren. I personally believe that the Harith first pick must be the choice here for AP Bren, but that also leaves that gold lane option very much open. But from what I hear from the grapevine, especially from those who casted MDL, right?
Yes.
Shizu is actually a good Harith player.
Oh, not just good. I think
he's crazy with it.
He's crazy with it.
Exactly.
Harith specialist.
He's a Harith specialist. This guy's a Harith specialist.
That is why we were actually waiting for them to go for the first pick. Harith also here for Shizu.
That's right.
Just so you could start off the game strong already here with the match up between him and Doming Kite. Now, talking about Aurora, I do feel like they're just going to let go of the Kalea yet again. And AP Brand, I look at them as a team that kind of repeats their first rep. If ever it went wrong for game 1, they just need to polish it up a bit and they want to prove something out of it.
Well, if it's going to be the Baksha ban here for the side of Aurora Gaming Wolf, let's simulate things.
Yeah.
If they do get the Harith first pick, the Kalea and the Yisun Shin will be available to take. Isn't that kind of worse from what happened last game?
That is actually worse,
It
for
is.
sure. At the same time, I believe that Aurora might not pick the Kalea first. In fact, that scenario, they might just go for a last pick Franco or something like that. They might just go for a Okay, so that's the Kalea. So yeah, Yisun Shin Harith. Never mind.
Oh, this is what I was talking about, that AP Bren just sticks to that script at first.
Yeah.
Just try to make do of it. But against a team of Aurora,
Yeah.
I think they just need to change their narrative for the last 4 picks.
Yeah. So how do you change this up?
Stop using the Lunox.
Between the Joy as well as the Beatrix, I think they are only allowed to pick one, then get the Gatot Kacha. But that means that you already know that the Gatot Kacha will be XP lane, right? So that's a very tricky scenario that they put themselves in, especially because they banned both Phoveus as well as this Lapu-Lapu. My prescription is CC and Beatrix.
To stop the symptoms
I agree.
from appearing.
I agree. Save that jungle pick on the second picking phase. You know, this is an experimental
Or CC
pick in my
Hayabusa
head.
maybe?
Okay, you know what? The Hayabusa is a great answer against both the Yisun Shin and the Harith, but I was gonna present an idea, brother.
All right,
if
what's
the
up with it?
Hayabusa is banned out, or let's say you don't want the Hayabusa, I swear the Karina is a valid answer against the Yisun Shin and the Harith.
Yep.
Okay.
But Wolf,
Okay.
there's still the Beatrix.
Be
is early.
thankful that your analyst is not midnight, brother.
That's true. I'm gonna get roasted.
You're gonna get roasted. I'll accept it. All right.
+1 on that.
Thank you.
All right. Now the Gatot Kacha is another option here for Aurora. Another option is the Hylas as well that can be considered versus okay, they went in for Selena first. It was indeed banned out in the previous game anyways.
That was actually the third pick that I was actually looking forward here for Aurora, but interesting change of pace, and they still could get the Gatot Kacha later here for Aurora if ever AP Bren doesn't acknowledge and ban Zet out.
That's the red 4 advantage into play. And with the Selena pickup, even if, let's say, the Yisun Shin doesn't get the amount of kills that he got in game number 1, the sheer amount of leashing the Selena gives to the Yisun Shin just speeds it up like by a mile or so.
And the added feature, apart from the leash and apart from the fact that Yue plays it so well, is the vision. And Kalea hates that because as the Kalea, you want to run around the map, get good initiations, not be detected by your opponents, and just provide a lot of initiation for your team. But the fact that they are going to be running up against the traps that you saw from this Selena, that is another problem that they need to solve. So that's really what makes this Selena pick really good. If you're AP Bren, you ban Gatot Kacha, Badang, and Hylos, either the Triadells, they banned the Grok instead because Rora actually did pick up the Grok with the Selena before.
And honestly, if you get that Grok away and the Badang, there's really not much of a counter pick against the Kalea. Traditionally speaking, or historically speaking, the Grok and the Badang has always been the answer against this Kalea. And now I think for Aurora Gaming, they're looking to take away a lot of the mid lane options. And I wouldn't be surprised if they left the Farsa open, because Selena loves that Farsa matchup.
Oh, I hope that AP Bren took note of that TNC match that Rora played just recently, literally the last match of last week, because Aurora actually picked up the Badang and the Esmeralda in that scenario.
Yeah, and it's like looking at another mirror yet again here for Aurora, because things are going to get easier if you get to land those arrows early on. And you mentioned that the strength of Akale is literally be a spy and a traitor against Aurora, and that wouldn't be possible at all, especially if Aurora takes charge again onto the early phasing of the game. You would want a hero that could possibly more be agile in the map here for AP Bren.
Maybe a Ruby.
Not again.
Not
Please,
again.
no.
But yeah, AP Bren, I believe that they are required to ban Badang or Gatot Kacha here.
So they're gonna go for the Rizzler. Okay, they take away the Rizzler.
Badang for Aurora.
And the worst part is you don't even know if it's Rome Badang or XP Lane Badang.
That's right.
Edward knows how to play that hero too.
And
Happy
Edward
birthday,
is
by the way.
smiling.
Yeah.
All right, let's wait. You know what? At this point, they could get the Gatot Gacha for still a flex pick.
Yeah, it's the same.
But still a flex
Actually,
pick.
I treat Badang and Gatot almost the same. Okay.
It's the same picture, my dude. It's the same picture.
Yeah. For AP Bren, are they gonna be tempted to pick up the Esmeralda here?
What?
That actually could work.
Or maybe the Uranus.
What picture are they painting right now?
Or maybe even a Hilda. And, you know, stuff that could, people or heroes that could actually just catch the Abyssal Arrows.
Yeah.
What if? Just go straight up Arlot here for Lord J.
Straight up Arlot. That's also an option, you know?
What if, right?
Or maybe go full comfort. Lock in the Benedetta, boy.
Xavier for... Is this a Xavier?
Okay.
Oh, my
wait.
God, no.
All right.
Again.
I respect that, you know? At least they're running a Hayabusa this time around. No amount of crowd control could stop the Oogie Shadow kill anyway, so...
Yeah.
That's an answer.
Is it really the Hayabusa? The only hero that they needed to replace against the Joy here? I believe not really.
Not really, but maybe they planned something really with this. Maybe they know some weird rotation of we'll see later on. But Aurora now can easily answer this. Esmeralda is open. You also have that Arlot. You can even go just straight up Hylos against AP Bren. Although there is the threat of the Lunox, if you have help from your teammates, that could also work. And the CC, obviously.
Okay.
There's no answer to the CC.
This is annoying. It's annoying if you're AP Bren.
Oh my gosh.
The presence of vengeance on the hands of the CC, potentially even the Gatot Gacha, if he doesn't run the Revitalize, just makes sure that you can't go full Mad Lad Chaos Darkening mode if you're Aqua. So that's going to be a big problem. But overall, looking at the entire composition, let's focus on AP Bren for a bit. How do you think AP Bren could extend this to a potential Game 3?
Well, they have to get initiations in the mid game. They can they can force Purifies, they can force battle spells with maybe the Ruby, and then change it up with the Kalea, or vice versa, because they have two options when it comes to initiations. But the most important thing that they need to do to force Game 3 is to make sure that they don't lose in the early game.
Oh, yeah. Well,
trade if you can't contest, you know?
Hopefully we do see that. A better early game coming in from AP Bren as we head on to game number 2 of this best of 3 series. It's already Aurora Gaming taking the game 1 lead with a dominant victory. And now with a somewhat similar draft between both of these teams, we might see AP Bren make a miraculous comeback if they're able to fix their early game.
Yep, there is still hope if ever James Sangs is able to get the objectives for the second round. Compared to game number 1, where it was really monopolized here for Aurora, and they could also just make the place safer here for Shizu versus onto what happened for game number 1, literally changing the whole narrative for the early facing of our game.
I agree. You know, just make sure that your gold laner has a better laning phase against Dominkite, and okay. James Banks already moving around with that quad shadows, but Yue steals it away. Oh wait, he doesn't. That's good for AP Bren.
Great start here for AP Bren, different from game 1.
Why is Lord JM... Yeah, okay, finally he's level 2, but I wonder what happened if he got frozen or something. But yeah, there's some moves that AP Bren are doing up top wherein they are securing the XP grab, or trying to secure the XP grab by putting 2 heroes up there top, going up against Edward. Not sure if it will be as effective, but at least it's something.
Yep, at least they will be able to unleash the beast without the Lucas though here for AP Bren. And we could definitely see them fight for the first turtle if ever after this first round of minions.
Yeah, man, I think for AP Bren, they're already doing much better than what they did in game number 1. X-Nova playing it safe, just making sure that the gold laner and the mid laner are having fun in terms of their laning phases. But now with the first turtle about to spawn, Aurora Gaming already establishing a great position around this big objective. But it seems that they're going to go to other places while Demonkite starts it up.
Okay, X-Nova just soaked up most of the damage here for Aurora. But still, I believe this will be a hard-fought turtle if ever James Sangs goes in the move. But Lord James already in position. Demonkite backing up a little. James Sangs is too far away. He's going to be the first blood and the first turtle. And even so, they could follow up for a more Sustainable heroes here for Yue. Still doubles down, Aqua is down. Multiple hits here for AP Bren.
But was it worth it? X-Nova bites the dust with Abyssal Trap. And that's going to be a triple kill for Yue. Now on that snowball once again.
Oh, big oof coming out from AP Bren. They threw 3 buddies just to get the turtle. But 3 buddies dropped against the members of Aurora, particularly from Yue. Obviously, that last arrow was, it required a skill shot, but the first 2 kills from Aurora were just so good. They also defended Demon Kite, by the way.
That wasn't what I was expecting when I mentioned that James Banks needs to contest and get first turtles, not at the cost of your teammates, right? And giving triple kill this early on to Yue just says a lot, and Selena needs those numbers in order to snowball this early. And now it looks like Aurora did it again against AP Bren, and another arrow hitting in X-Nova. The intel is just disrupted here for AP Bren.
Well, the moment that you get your first item in this Selena, especially with the amount of cooldown reduction he gets from the boots as well, means that the Abyssal Traps and arrows will be landing quite frequently. And even if you miss 100 of your shots, if you're able to land 100 shots to begin with, it's going to be a really tough battle here for AP Bren.
And Aurora are putting their pieces in the right positions like this one.
Oh no, that's going to be an easy peasy pick off here for Edward.
Yeah. Yep. And just like that, 4-0 already. Aurora Gaming ahead by 1,600 gold as this turtle spawns 20 seconds from now. Light in a prime position here. Potential 3v1 though.
Okay, it's going to be a sandwich. Wait, that's a double shot here.
Whoa!
And that's going to be a secured kill here for Dominkite. What had happened there?
Wow, that was fancy footwork. Definitely coming up from Light. Apart from the fact that he's already positioned so well around that Crabbear's bush, he actually moved upwards and then dashed in to catch 2 of the important members of AP Bren. He did not mind the one in front. He actually went for the backlines.
And that's exactly what you want. But AP Bren going forward onto the front liner. Edward is down, but still a turtle here for Aurora, and not stopping there is going to be Dominkite accumulating that much of an energy shield plus a possible turret push as well.
Almost a kill as well. 240 gold from the platings alone, plus the turtle. Yes, Edward did fall down, but Aurora Gaming, they do find X-Nova.
Oh, there's a dance around. Even the Damage Force activated. X-Nova already exhausted his ultimate. Might be a go here for Aurora as they circle around the map. Arrow will miss out, but there's going to be Light in again. Targeting Shizu. A double pick-off here for Aurora.
Brother is clip farming on a Gadot Kacha pickup. That is insane. Light with back-to-back insane plays, and now Yue steals the spotlight, takes out James Banks. Aurora Gaming now ahead by 4,000.
Full-on massacre here for Aurora.
Unbelievable. It looks like he had like rapid boots there because of how fast he was moving, but he doesn't. Tough boots, not even the Wilderness Blessing. Light is actually styling on AP Bren right now. Good positioning and even better targeting. Almost lines up the members of AP Bren, connecting them like dots. And then allowing his teammates to just destroy AP Bren.
He also makes it look like it's easy to use a Gatot Kacha. But no, that is a very hard thing to do. Go for the double taunt here against AP Bren. The timing is really everything. A chef's kiss here for Light Gatot Kacha.
And to be fair, most of the work is done before the actual play. Positioning himself around at the right time, the right place. And here's something that you talked about early on, Wolf. X-Nova hates those Abyssal Traps. The conceal play was cancelled out immediately.
Okay, a lot is happening. And a lot of footwork, as you mentioned, makes it possible here for Aurora. Might be another big objective taken down here, but we feel AP Bren might contest still this one.
All right, AP Bren now setting up around the final turtle of the game, but Aurora Gaming is already around the corner, just in range for the Abyssal Traps and the arrows, and Light will be reclaiming that Pixel Brush for Aurora Gaming, and it seems that he's going to go for the taunt.
Okay, look, it's going to be Aurora being proactive on the getting a pick-off here onto AP Bren, and they can do nothing but stare back as the turtle will be rushed over here by Demon Kite.
And that's going to be 2 turtles out of 3 for Aurora Gaming as the gold lead spikes up to 6,000. Wolf, if you're AP Bren, how do you slow this game down?
Oh, you might want to bank on the wave clear that you have from the Beatrix. maybe get some catch, maybe get the Hayabusa and allow him to go for the split push plays. But there's just not much that they can do apart from that. It's impossible for them to contest this upcoming Lord unless RORA, they mess up badly, but I doubt that will be the case.
That's a lot of maybe, but this is a mayday here for Edward. A very nice catch around. The Vitalist activating here for Light, able to take down a head-for-head. X-Nova for Edward. Is that the right call here for APBR? There's the conceal play. They could go for one more. US right on track. Another arrow hitting out to Aqua. But that was a very good pickoff here for both of them.
That was a great pickoff. I think X-Nova plus Lord JM burning the flickers, however, might have just been a bit too much here. Aurora still going to invade the purple side. Hits Dominkite, and here comes the Zaman Force.
Okay, whoops. Lord JM did a cute whoops here onto Dominkite. Even if I'm offended, don't warn Wolf King. Still, easy takedown here for Aurora.
And now moving towards the first Lord of the game, Wolf. You told us that APBR cannot afford to fight for this Lord. What do they do now?
They just split the map, just get some trades afterwards. Just don't die. Don't give away any more resources for Aurora. Don't just cut your losses. Because the thing is, they were able to get a kill onto Edward, but they had to spend 2 flickers, 2 ultimates just for that one. In fact, even more ultimates actually. Especially coming out from Shizu. And right now, those flickers from both X-Nova as well as Lord JM, they're not available. So there's just really no way for them to engage.
Okay, if you can't afford it yet, just don't spend too much time on it. Meanwhile, for Aurora, they could definitely spend their time here. A very good layer for Edward with a double kill. Light has been taken out, but that is 2 frontliners here from APBR eliminated, and they're not stopping there. Going on the head of Shizu. Aqua as well is a very tight spot. James Stacks activating the Uki Shadow kill, but it's going to be a close fight here. And that's going to be a very destroyful clash for Aurora.
And all of that happening while the Lord was taking its nice time with Dominkite here. An 8K gold lead already for Aurora Gaming. And APBR looking to defend against the first Lord push.
Oh my goodness. When we said that APBR should not fight, they still kept on fighting. They still kept on poking. All they needed to do was to defend, but they still fought afterwards. But what a nice layering of spells, by the way, coming out from RORA. They did take out Light after this, but they should have backed out, especially after the stun onto Aqua. And then James Max did not have the Shadow kill prepped, because usually when you pop the ultimate, you go to another Shadow. But instead, he had to cast the Shadow. And during his dash animation, Dominkite already interpolated where he will appear and pop the Synchro Vision in that specific place.
Well, to be fair, I think he didn't really have a choice here for James Banks. If the Quad Shadow was on cooldown, his only defensive option was to go for the Oogie Shadow kill. The Lord does melt in the top lane, and the shields are still online for APBR, but here comes another arrow!
Okay, Aurora is still all over the place, just trying to limit what APBR can do with Tsunami Slam onto Light. Revitalize activated. It's going to be a nice pull here for X-Nova and even Lord JM. But still, that's going to be an unstoppable kill. There's going to be the Wookiee Shadow kill for James Bass, shutting down Dominkite.
Massive kill here for APBR. And the best part, if you're part of the Hive, none of your inhibitor turrets went down.
Yeah, very important pickoff coming out from APBR. James Banks just in the right moment, and this time he is prepped up. He has 3 items with him as well. And for the Heptaseek's Hunter Strike as well as this Malefic Roar. And when it comes to Aqua, he already has the Divine Glaive to go with the Glowing Wand as well. So there is some damage that will come out of Aqua, especially when he nails the Lunox Bomb. In fact, they want to take advantage of this.
Okay, APBR looking a little bit shady.
Edward spotted them.
He knows. We do that too, you know.
Not only did he hear it from a mile away, he's also still running that Vengeance. So was on cooldown during that time. Next, Nova takes another Abyssal Arrow to the face. And it seems that Aurora Gaming is just stealing away all the jungle creeps that APBR has before they prep for the Lord.
Still constricting here if you're APBR. Even if you get a perfect target, as you mentioned, but the problem still relies heavily onto who they might have to go through before targeting Dominkite and even you.
It's just so difficult for the members of AP Brent to find those kills. They have to commit a lot, but eventually at the 15-minute mark maybe, they will have enough tools to deal with the members of RORA when it comes to damage output. Because that will mean like 4 items for James Pax as well as Shizo and 3 items for Aqua. But the problem is, can they get to 15 minutes?
Well, to be fair, I think James Pax already is rocking that Malefic Roar, which means he does deal a bit of damage, but still looking towards that potential BOD.
Okay.
X-Nova doesn't really go in with a concealed play, and now AP Bren, I think the call here is just defend the waves, give away the Lord, finally taking the safe route for a change of pace.
And maybe just extend the round. As Wolf had mentioned, the 15-minute mark might be the start here for AP Bren, although it's a late start. But also the BOD has been built up here for Shizu, so one more and they could go for a head here for Aurora.
To be fair with AP Bren, identifying that was their only window, tried to go for the concealed play. That was actually commendable from AP Bren. However, RORA are way too experienced and they know that the only option there for them to lose the Lord was from a concealed play. And it did not happen. RORA now has 10,000 gold to smash against AP Bren's base.
Yeah, Aurora is reading them like an open book. Just going for the climax here. That's going to be the jump here for X-Nova. Too much damage to handle. Backing away slowly, able to defend, but not the bottom lane turret here for AP Bren.
And that is a huge inhibitor turret take for Aurora Gaming, considering that the next Lord will be spawning near the top lane, which means that AP Bren needs to send out at least one member to clear this out quickly. And if I'm being honest, the only options that you have to send in the bottom lane would be James Pax and Shizo.
They are.
There will be a push. Okay.
But gladly, they will take that bait. Dominkite able to back away. But the Ogi Shadow will be able to take him down. It's war on 4 here for AP Bren. X-Nova will survive. Members of Aurora was a bit of a second too late here.
Yeah, James Pax securing another crucial pickoff against Dominkite here. 2 of Dominkite's stats are all from the Oogie Shadow kills that James Pax have been throwing around. And looking at the items for James Pax, he is 500, 600 gold away from securing that Blade of Despair.
That's right. And that's a very important pickoff coming out from James Pax. Most importantly, the jump coming out from X-Nova. So instead of layering their stunts between X-Nova as well as Lord JM, this is the fact that X-Nova didn't have the flicker. During that moment, AP Bren have decided that they can go together. And that actually prompted a misplay coming out from Light, going in for the Gatatkacha ultimate without catching anyone, and not even able to help his Harith in that scenario. So that is actually such a big play coming up from AP Bren, forcing some errors inside of RORA.
And right on cue, we're already on our 15-minute mark of our game, and we're finally seeing some hope with what AP Bren is doing. And I do like that they could just juggle around here for Aurora, go for the bait jumps here for X-Nova, as Wolf have mentioned. Plus, I do like that Shizu, with his position, is not anywhere near assassins here for Aurora.
And despite the 0.5 KDA coming in from X-Nova, he's starting to be tanky enough for AP Bren to buy a bit of time here for both Shizo and Aqua to actually deal damage, especially by picking up that Dreadnought armor and I think a Silence Robe as well. And this is the cost-effective way of just making sure that you're able to tank the damage for your team, but this will be the second Lord of the game, in which case Aurora Gaming will be taking for free. Here comes the Mountain Shocker. They know that this is going to come in without any hesitation coming in from AP Bren, and that's going to be Aurora Gaming taking that second Lord.
Oh, this is the third Lord.
Third? Oh yeah, you're right. That is the third Lord.
Yeah, it looked very fast, right? You almost forget the first Lord because, with all due fairness for AP Bren, they have actually defended well. It's the time where they were able to pick up Dominkite. So I think it's clear now for Aurora. If Dominkite does not die in this Lord push again, they might just end the game.
So
for
that's
AP Bren, what they need to do is to fight under their turrets. In fact, I would say the idea here for AP Bren is that they know that they cannot fight outside of their base, and they know that they have a big disadvantage if they do get out of their base and fight against Rora. So they just decided, let's just give the Lord.
Ooh,
Shizu, you can't afford that.
But still, they have to watch out for this big arrows here from Yue as they defend the Lord, the third Lord for this round. But as they defend and melt down this Lord, Their turret onto the top lane has been annihilated here for Aurora. And Edward just waiting for the right moment to pounce on.
Okay.
And it's Nova from the front. Going for the dynamics now out of the line. AOG has been activated. He survived long enough for them to take down AP Brand. It's going to be GG push here as Aurora sweeps AP Brand.
A dominant win for Aurora Gaming, securing yet another dub, securing their top seed once again at the start of Week 4.
That's 5-match win streak, including this one. And things are just getting hotter here for Aurora Gaming.
What a godly ultimate there coming out from the Yi Shin. I think that maybe the Demon kind was able to read what James Punks was trying to do and actually caught that high boost together with Shizu. My goodness, what a player.
Well, a lot of learning experiences here for the sophomores and veterans of AP Bren as they bow down for now in the regular season Week 4. They actually still have a game here.
That's right.
By Week 4 that will happen in Day 3 against Team Liquid Philippines. You know what? This is a hard week for AP Bren. Not only you're up against Aurora Gaming in Day 1, you will be facing TLPH in Day number 3. But for now, we will be talking to the victors of match number 1. That's Aurora Gaming as we head to the main stage.
The lights are definitely brighter today with the sweep. Your winners, Aurora
Gaming!
Congratulations, boys! Welcome to Week 4. Napakaganda ng inyong simula. Ngayong week na to, Demon Kite, gusto ko munang ikaw ang makausap. Because before we started the match, narinig nyo naman ang message ni Coach Panda para sa inyo ni Light together with Aqua. Ano yung naramdaman mo and what do you want to say to your former coach?
Masaya po kasi matagal ko na siyang di nakita. Tsaka sobrang na-appreciate ko yung message niya kasi siya naman po yung kasama namin nung nag-start. Yung nag-start pa lang career namin. And sobrang thankful talaga kasi dami niyang naitulong sa amin.
And like you've mentioned, si Coach Panda rin yung kasama nyo nung nag-peak talaga yung career nyo with RSG. Speaking of, ano naman ang mensahe mo sa dati mong kasama na si Aqua na nakatapat nyo kanina lang?
Ang message ko kay Aqua stay strong lang tsaka lagi lang bawi every game. Tapos marami pa talaga silang ilalakas yung team nila.
Yeah, it's great to hear from Coach Panda. Of course, nandito rin naman si Light, one of the former players of Coach. Light, ano reaction mo sa skincare ni Coach Panda? Parang glowing ngayon, no?
Oo nga, naka-Korean Prada ka ata eh.
Yeah, he does look glowing. So, ikaw naman, ano yung naging reaction mo nung nakita mo yung mensahe ni Coach? Medyo na teary-eyed ka ba? Ang sweet yung message ni Coach eh.
Sakto na, lagi niya naman sa akin sinasabi na you are my star, gano'n, you are my pride, gano'n. Kaya ano ako, and then, parang tatay ko na rin kasi si Coach Panda na ano.
So for you talaga, father figure na talaga si Coach Panda.
Oo.
Okay, so look at the camera. Ano ang mensahe mo ngayon kay Coach Panda?
Take care always and I hope mag-meet ulit yung pat natin, gano'n.
At dahil nga, ikaw ay isang star ni Coach Panda, you were named the Roamer of the Week sa Week 3. Ano naman ang naramdaman mo nung ikaw yung na-feature natin na player for last week?
Siyempre, masaya. Parang yung hard work as a team nagbubunga, gano'n. Tapos, iniisip ko na lang maging consistent and ayun, hanggang dulo. Hopefully, makapag-champion.
We're looking forward to that. At ano pa kayo mga heroes? Inaabangan natin yan lagi from Light. And meron pa tayo na player of the week din last week.
Well, actually, speaking of consistent, Odin, parang personally, there's someone here in Aurora that I see as one of the most underrated and consistent players of the league. He's a man who got the first Savage of the season so far. Yue! On that Kimmy. So, actually, Yue, gusto namin malaman, ano yung naging comms nyo sa panahon na yun? Yung nakuha mo na yung Savage, sinasabihan ka ba na, uy, Yue, kunin mo na yun? Or ikaw ba yung nagsabi, hindi, tabi na kayo, ako na to. Ano nangyari?
Naalala ko lang, Uwe, Savage, yun lang. Alam mo yun lang, hindi ko naman maalala iba eh.
So parang adrenaline rush na lang?
Ano lang, parang yung comms lang kasi namin nun, hindi siya magulo.
Alright.
Kasi dami nagsabi nun.
So yung ano sabi niya? Akin. Okay.
So yun na daw eh. Hiningi mo pala yung Savage. Daw.
Hindi na maalala. Alright, real quick actually, Coach MTB, I need your help with something. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want you to look at Yue right now. Tell us and the world your favorite things about Yue. As a player, in-game, outside of the game, what do you love about Yue?
Siguro para sa akin, siya lang yung favorite mid laner ko.
Oy.
Sa lahat. Kasi underrated kasi si Yue. So, pero ako kasi nakita ko talaga siya since bago pa siya mapunta sa amin or bago ko pa siya i-coach, malaki talaga yung potential ni Yue. And ngayon, mas lalo niyang napapakita kung ano talaga yung kaya niyang gawin.
Ang sweet ng mga coaches natin ngayon.
At speaking of consistency, hindi lang si Yue ang consistent sa ating team, but our birthday boy nung nakaraang araw, Edward!
Thank you guys sa mga
Isang
bumate.
happy birthday, Edward naman dyan. In 3, 2, 1! Ay, kumanta sila. Okay, thank you so much, Aurora. Happy birthday to you, Edward. Ano nararamdaman mo na nanalo kayo ngayon and tomorrow meron pa kayong match? Meron ka bang wish bilang birthday boy?
Ayun, sana mag-champion kami this season and maka-claim kami ng Emerald title.
All right.
Excited kami para makita yan. Once again, let's give it up for your winners, Aurora Gaming. You may now take your bow. And just like that, Aurora started the week with a sweep.
Oh, not only just a sweep, but a savage as well. Sigurado ako na masaya si Edward na nakakuha siya ng magandang birthday gift para sa birthday week niya.
At ano naman kaya masasabi ng ating mga casters with that match? Ibalik na muna natin sa ating desk.
Thank you so much to our host. We're back here in the casting deck. Still Uomi here with Athena and Wolf. And after that match victory coming in from Aurora Gaming, they still secure the top seed of MPL Season 16. And things are looking great individually as well for the players of Aurora.
And that's the way to start the day and the week here for Aurora, as well as being consistent all throughout the round.
I wonder who will be the MVP right now, especially after you just played so well. Of course, Light, I think out of all of the initiations coming out from Light, the only one that's really forgettable is that mistake in the mid lane. But apart from that, all the other initiations were stellar. This is how you play the Gatot Kacha as a catch hero. Because sometimes the Gatot Kacha is being played as a peel hero. It's more like the defensive manner. But you can see through the highlights that he played it like a true initiator for the team.
And I think to be very precise here for Light as well, in the history of MLBB esports, where Light is actually one of the top roamers of our league, I still recall a lot of plays coming in from his Lolita with off angles or angles that you wouldn't really expect him from. And this is something that Light has been doing for majority of his career as a roamer.
And this is what I love about Light, that I mentioned, he makes it look easy, but it isn't, right? And I do like for Aurora that after the high loss, they also have a masterpiece here for the Gatot Kacha that we were kind of expecting to be banned out, but for APBR, they just didn't respect the Gatot Kacha into the hands of Light.
And I think the CC as well, the last pick CC coming in from Aurora Gaming, Wolf, that was an unexpected sudden combo coming in from Aurora Gaming. The Gatot Kacha CC plagued the MSC 2025.
That's right.
And now in MPL Philippines Season 16, it's quite a big surprise that this went all the way down to the final pick before it was even showed up.
And you know, there's so many questions that I have with APBR, especially with the last two picks that they've had. I firmly believe that their first three picks in this particular game were good. Like, you also already have good security when it comes to your damage output. You have some sort of counters against this Harith in form of the Beatrix as well as the Hayabusa, which was a traditional counter. But this Lunox and this Ruby that they played twice just makes no sense to me, you know? Although, technically speaking, you have your initiations, but this is still Lunox that is already now being picked in the mid lane and already is a big liability when it comes to like farming because you need another core.
You're right. And actually, they could have just stopped onto the third blue pick and then pick up a hero that is more comfortable for Lord J. I mean, we even suggested just throw our lot out here for APBR just so we could feel him fitting to his playstyle instead of them just being defensive at all times here for game number 2.
Well, a lot of unorthodox picks here for Lord JM. I think the only XP laner so far that plays that Benedetta, and look at that. Such a nice ultimate coming in from Demon Kite to end that team fight as well. Plus the Abyssal Arrow landing coming in from the Yue. This was I would say, compared to game number 1, more of a game where APBR did have a chance to secure this win by mid to late game. There were a couple of times that the Oogie Shadow kill coming in from James Panks secured crucial kills against Dominkite.
Yeah, especially because of I guess the mastery of James Panks with this hero. It's just that this hero is not as strong in the meta game. And imagine being RORA in this scenario, getting your first three picks as the strongest heroes in the meta game. Harith is arguably the best gold laner. Yi Sun-shin is toe-to-toe with Lancelot, but every time that the Lancelot is banned and the Yi Sun-shin is open, the stock for the Yi Sun-shin just rises up so much, and it becomes essentially the strongest jungler. You have the strongest gold laner and the strongest jungler with maybe the second best mid laner in front of the Selena. It is a tie between Selena and the Pharsa. So
with
RORA's
Kagura
draft
being
is just
number 1.
Well, maybe.
Who would have thought we're in this meta? The Kagura was almost insta-banned here. And the Pharsa as well. I feel like Aqua was really forced into a corner here, playing the Lunox back-to-back, and both of which not really showing up for APBR.
Yeah, kind of ironic that the last match that for Aqua played for RSG was against Aurora and he lost, and then for his first match against them yet again after a long time, he still lost for this round.
Well, now we're looking at the big 4 of this game number 2. This time it's going to be X-Nova taking the sandbag, tanking a lot of damage here in game number 2, but the wingman and the carry will go to the Doming Light tandem, with Light being the MVP as well here in game number 2. But of course, our BPI Rich guy back-to-back Yi Sun-shin games for my boy Demon Kite here, and he will be able to get both of which for game 1 and 2.
They have thrown other members of APBR under the ship, not under the bus here. And so far, he was unstoppable from mid and even at the end of our game.
Demon Kite, the BPI Rich guy, back-to-back, I believe. It's going to be now at 843 GPM. 1,300 for kills and assists, and most importantly, jungle creeps that he was able to just freely roam around the map in the early stages of the game, untouched in 2 games.
Majority of his time was on that 207 KDA. He was just speed farming or just making sure that he gets all of those camps all around the map, and that was truly a Yi Sun-shin game. Most of the Yi Sun-shin games that we'd see run like that here for game number 2. Game 1 was an anomaly. That was a 4-0-1 Yi Sun-shin game. It was insane, but now with this victory coming in from Aurora Gaming, it's safe to say that after 5 matches of wins, Aurora is on a hot streak.
They are, and they could just continue this up until our last weeks of regular season.
And now we're gonna watch the winning calls from Aurora Gaming in this Infinix mic check.
Kaya pala, mali na tamaan ko.
Okay. Okay lang, patay ito.
Patay.
Pre, nasa tayo, pre. Sobrang... wala, nagulti ako para mag-trigger siya. Lobe, pre. Mahipit to. Ito, 2 seconds lang patingin. Papakita ko ba ito? Huli. Bea.
Nice one.
Lobe. Wala. Tara nga, alalay nga sa akin.
Tamaan ko.
Ruby. Sayang.
Tamaan ulit.
Patay. Nag-purify ako? Lolo ako? Dito, susod sila dito. Pil ko dito sa 3.
Sila.
Di wala sila matarget, oh. Bumalik ko sila.
Lord na.
Lord na. Hindi na sila babalik. Palord. Ay, binigyan na ako. Andaway ako. Teka, Lunox. Patatan ka. Nasa Bea ka, pre. Mamatay Bea, pre. Thank you.
Tamaan,
Bea.
Sapo. Lice, tumama rin.
Very clean communication lines between Aurora Gaming and to be honest, that concealed play for that potential Lord take, all they said was chill out, bro. Just chill.
Yeah, and up until the end, there was a bit of thank you for that round.
The positioning from Light is just so supreme in that game. You saw the initiation that he was able to do with a taunt, and most importantly, the way that he canceled that conceal play. coming out from APBR.
Yeah.
Just the positioning is just so perfect.
Very nice game here for Aurora Gaming. Still number 1 in our Infinix standings here for MPL Philippines Season 16. And so far for APBR, that does put them further down below, but still a bit higher than Team Falcons, both of which struggling heavily right now in the regular season.
Yeah, still a vast difference if they want to eventually climb onto our Infinix standings. Meanwhile, for Aurora, we mentioned a very clear showcasing of their experience and as well as their chemistry here, not only onto our jungle go duo but also onto our mid and even roam duos.
And you can see that clearly being painted through their mic test. You saw how calm they are.
Yeah.
We're so precise. I mean, obviously, you're gonna hear some calls wherein you repeat it over and over again, but it was so clean when it comes to communications from RORA.
That's true. Well, Aurora Gaming still on top. Our next match would be ONIC Philippines versus Omega. Once again, it's Uomi, Athena, and Wolf. Don't worry, we'll be sending you to the hell.
Maraming salamat mga casters, and we saw once again kung gaano ka-dominant ang Aurora sa early game. Up until now, hindi pa rin talaga mapigilan. Mula dun sa mga week 1 na losses ng Aurora, lahat ay natutunan nila kung paano counterin ang ginagawa ng kalaban nila in the early game. Kaya naman, tuloy-tuloy ang kanilang pagkapanalo. Now, let's look at some of the K2Vs that we saw. Para sa APBR, hindi nila nagawa na mag-survive ng early game. Dun sa mga rotations na ginawa dito ng Aurora, hindi nila counter. In fact, napansin niyo ba na si Demon kahit ay umiikot sa mga tamang spots sa lane, katulad ng XP lane na move niya game number 2, tapos gold lane naman ng game number 1 para ma-deny yung mga plano ng APBR sa early game. So, yung nagawa dito ng RORA ay i-deny yung keys to victory dito ng APBR. And additionally, nakuha naman yung tamang mid lane matchup dito ng RORA. I would say hindi nga rin talaga kasalanan to ng RORA mismo, pero pinilit din kasi ng side ng APBR itong Lunox pick na meron sila that unfortunately did not work in their favor. RORA pa rin ang nasa taas ng ating standings at eto na, as the kids would say, RORA needs to be studied. Yung early game ng Aurora, kailangan na talagang pag-aralan ng mga teams ngayon para makontra sila. But now, RORA is sitting up top our standings. That's our first series of the day. We still have a good matchup later on. It's ONIC going up against Omega at maraming pasabog for sure ang MPL. Kaya wag po kayong alis, magbabalik ang MPL PH Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Pang-gisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Hello super fans, ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, no? Pinakagusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Alice, Lunok, Sarit, Parsa, Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kesa sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka hindi ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong hindi nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka?
Nakapag-preya, nag-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1?
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Oh, tas fighter.
Kel, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos, ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin jungle. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good yun, good yun. Pangatlang tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro, ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang, ano namin, ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang RG na tips, unang-una, wag kayo, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag na wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game, ini-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold game kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Ayun, napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga uno pa,
kaya nadi-disaster sila. No?
Mainam pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm mo kabilang gold game, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung player. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta, nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance ng assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala na tuloy-tuloy
na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon. Kyle, mag-go. Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to, tapos sasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot?
Ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Wala makuha. Super Yoshi.
Roam siya, Roam. Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Yung magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan mo na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama huli tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tips kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung counter ko sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, nainggit ako sa'yo eh. Mga 2 pa.
Counter dyan.
Ang lakas sa lane.
malakas sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo.
Irrital na lang din.
Pwede, kaya rin ni Irrital yan. Kasi Irrital kasi malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irrital eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level. So,
Tingin mo sa 1-1, naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Oo, kasi yung pag ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba?
Madadodge.
Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan.
Last
Katapat,
na lane.
malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys, gamitin niya.
Try mo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Uy, parang Ranger to. 1-1.
Speaking of,
Irrital din.
madali lang eh, no?
Oo, dali lang. Irrital.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
Mahina siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack.
Oo.
Something na nag-fury guys, or
Mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng Irrital, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
mahirap.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like range.
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And huli Kel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Hen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang din.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abondo muna tayo kasi magpapastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na. Pastok yun
Pastok eh. Sabi ko
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Karit or
Ranger.
Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC. Mas may pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Kung isa ka sa mga player na natigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung GOAT mo.
Kasi nung MPL Season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew.
Sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina.
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung GOAT ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML ang sasabihin GOAT na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na nanalo siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLB's greatest of all time, GOAT!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, habang tumatagal, parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Aurora, MLBB. So ako muna, no?
Alam mo, same sila ng problem ng TNC.
Hindi.
Pero para sa akin...
Bakit problem yung tawag mo, pre? Hindi siya
No. May dahilan bakit ko sinabing problem. Kasi, for me, maganda yung idea. Medyo historical yung idea. Nostalgic.
Yes.
Pero it comes with problems. Alam mo naman kunari, nagdala ka ng baon. Hindi lahat magugustuhan.
Imported pa.
Oo. So, para sa akin, as much as nagigets ko yung chemistry, kailangan patunayan. At kailangan malinis. Kailangan malinis yung pagkain.
Realist talaga si Diday. Realista.
Kailangan malinis yung pagkain. Para makita ko yung liwanag.
Tama yung historical eh. Historical kasi. May mga history na pwede mong gamitin. Pero hindi din lahat hindi din lahat. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Yun. Talagang kailangan paghihirapan, kailangan
may dumi din yung history.
With history kasi pre, may luggage.
May luggage. Oh. Bakit may luggage? Pero may dalahin, may bitbit ka. And actually yun nga. This roster parang statement siya. And it's also a big responsibility to actually take care of it.
Yes.
At palakasin pa.
Amen. This is fun,
Ako, for RORA, nasa tagline na nila, pre. Di ba? Seize the win. Diba? But, that aside, masaya ako for this lineup. Masaya ako because...
Oo, masaya ka.
Sobrang saya ako.
Sa'yo din may history eh.
Yes. And...
Clue na yun.
For so many reasons. As in, kung saan ko na nadala yung storyang yon, and I'm so happy that it's a new chapter. And now, yung unang team sabi ko, pwede mag-M7. Ito rin dapat mag-M7 eh. I don't know. That's it. That's RORA. Sa'yo yun eh. That's it.
Ito, that's it. Last thoughts.
Sige.
Tignan natin kung paano mag-unravel yung kanilang performance.
Ay.
sa MPL Audience Entrance at kasama natin ang ating mga super fans. Tanungin muna natin sila kung kumusta ba. Hello, what's your name?
Chris po.
Chris, first time mo ba?
Yes, first.
Why first time mo rin dito? Ano yung team na pinuntahan mo?
Actually, Aurora.
Sino idol mo doon?
I'm a fan of Blacklist, so I actually came here for Edward.
What's your name?
AJ po.
Angel?
AJ.
AJ! May kasama ka ba?
Meron po.
Sino?
Si Daddy po.
Ay, yung daddy mo nandun. Okay. Ang supportive naman ng iyong daddy. Sinamahan ka dito. Madalas ka ba dito sa MPL?
First time ko lang po nung playoffs.
And it is your second time na manood dito. Anong team ang inaabangan mo?
ONIC Philippines po.
Meron ka bang sinusuportahan doon?
Meron po.
Sino?
Si Kuya King Kong po.
Ay, ikaw gumawa niyan?
Binili ko po.
Oh, binili mo for King Kong. Crush mo si King Kong? Hindi po. Hindi. Idol lang pala.
Actually, first experience ko to sa MPL Live.
On-site? First time mo? Bakit ngayon ka lang? Sino ang bias mo sa kanila?
Si Demon Kite.
Bakit? Jungler ka ba?
Medyo.
Jungler wannabe. Oo, ayan.
Kasama ko GF ko.
Pero first time mo din?
No, it's my third time.
Oo, hindi mo siya sinasama dati ha?
Hindi.
Huy, sana hindi sila mag-away. Ram, mag-isa ka?
Kasama ko po yung girlfriend ko.
Bakit may mga girlfriend yung mga kasama dito? Yun na ba yung meta nga? Kaduwa mo ba yan?
Yes po.
Anong team ang sinusuportahan mo?
Aurora po.
Pareho kayo?
ONIC naman po.
ONIC po.
ONIC ka! Sa Aurora, sinong bias mo?
Si Demon Guide po.
Good luck sa inyo, mga couples. At yung mga solo lang na pumunta dito, I'm so excited to know more about our super fans. And nandito tayo ngayon kasama muli si Gabriel and Ram, ang ating dalawang super fans. Kumusta yung experience na napanood nyo na yung mga idols nyo personally?
Unang-una po, masaya po kasi nakita ko na po yung idol ko, si Demon Kite.
Same kami actually, Demon Kite din.
Grabe, ang bias na mga boys ay si Demon Kite, ha? Kung bilang super fan at bibigyan ko kayo ng wish, ano yung pinaka-wish mo today? Yung possible na mangyari.
Sana mag-champion po yung Aurora.
Ay, possible. Oo, yun ang pinaka-possible para sa kanya. Ikaw naman, anong pinaka-wish mo as a super fan?
Makapagpa-picture sa buong team ng Aurora.
Ay, wala ka pang picture kasama sila?
Wala pa, first time ko eh.
First time mo din. Pero naka-jersey ka, ready ko. Sana all, di ba? And balita ko, medyo malayo pa rin uwian mo. Ikaw taga Cavite ka.
Tansa pa po.
Tansa? Ba't may kumakatok?
Balita mo may naghahanap sa akin.
Ay! Ay!
Hello, nice to meet you.
Demon Kite, welcome.
Hello po.
Ayan, etong dalawa naghahanap sa'yo, si Ram and Gabriel, meet them. Kanina pa sila naghihintay, Demon Kite, actually.
Ito na yun.
Ayan na!
Natupad naman.
Natupad na yung wish niyong dalawa. Ikaw din, di ba?
Mga pre, ito na si Demon Kite. Yung idol ko.
Ayan na, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kite ngayon?
Husayan mo lang palagi, Demon Kite. Nandito po ako, number 1 fan mo.
Number 1 daw siya, ikaw anong number ka?
1.5. Kalate. Okay lang ba?
Anong gusto mo sabihin sa mga fans mo ngayon?
Siyempre, maraming salamat sa kanilang dalawa kasi since RSG days ko pa lang, sinusuportahan na nila ako and pagpapatuloy ko lang yung magandang performance ko tsaka asahan nilang lagi may magandang laro.
Thank you so much, Demon Kite. This is such a dream come true para sa ating mga fans with Ram and Gabriel.
Hello. Thank you so much for pictures, pictures. Tara, pictures tayo. Tara.
Ultimate fan experience. Anong nararamdaman mo? Nakaalis na si Demon Kite. Ay! Anong nararamdaman mo? In-expect mo ba to? In-expect mo?
Hindi po talaga.
Hindi mo talaga. Wala kang hint.
Wala po talaga. Sobrang saya.
Ikaw, ano naramdaman mo?
Nagulat din ako, may kumakatok isa sa sino. Wait lang, exposure namin to. Tapos siya pala yun. Thank you, MPL. Thank you.
Ngayon ko lang nakita yung mga boys na kinikilig talaga sa mga pro players. Totoo pala talaga yun. So, abangan namin kayo dito sa MPL Arena. See ya!
Siya! Sino yun? Si Gary? Esmeralda? Edith. Si Edith. Edith. Arnold. Edith. Edith niya. Ano? Edith. Robe. Edith. Yan si Gerak. Gerak. Uy, naunaw kanina sa Edith. Sige, all one. Pinagbigyan kasi nila ako eh. Lancelot! Lancelot. Si Lance. Lance! Sabay tayo, pare. Ranger. Si, Lucian. Ranger. Ay, wala ako. Okay, sabay ulit. Competitive. Florin. Ay, Florin. Una daw.
Kay 4.
Lapu-lapu. Ano yan? Sino yan? Kalea? Bruno. Lapu-lapu? Lapu nga. Ay, palakol. Parang bagong hero yan ah. Hindi si Popol. Wala, hindi ko alam yan. Sino yan? Ay, palakol! Ay, palakol pala yun. Ay! Ah, sumati. Siyang nagmamatilde. Matilda. Ate. Yay! Ano yun? Matilda may palakol.
Hello. Shoutout kay Aqua Boy. Good luck. Bigyan natin magandang laban ng mga fans. Gagalingan ko, Daddy. Para sa'yo, Daddy. Happy ako, nasa MPL ka na ulit, Daddy. Sana manalo kayo sa mga games niya, pero pag sa amin, siyempre, dapat wag.
Nakang-message ko kay Boss D, kay Boss Dylan. Good luck. Huwag mo ako bugbugin sa mid, ha? Kalmahan mo lang, Earth. Alam mo ang galaw ko, ha? Galit lagi yan, eh. Yari ako dyan. Kalmado lang, ha? Kalmahan nyo lang.
Ano yan? Parang manduduro ka na naman yung aura mo.
Para yan.
Good luck, Dad.
Ba't nandun yun?
Ha?
Lipat ka muna doon.
Auraan din?
Kakampi ko naman dati yun eh.
Parang boss yun, ha? Pwede yun.
Lipat ka doon.
Nang-aura na naman kayo, eh. Sino nga bang mananalo? Okay ba ganito? Gantong forma?
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Edward! Regalo ko sa'yo, Ward, oh. Eto. You and I! Tayong dalawa lang, you eh. Against all odds.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, the Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Hello Super Fans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, no? Pinakagusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Lunok, Sarit, para sa Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kesa sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka hindi ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong hindi nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka.
Nakapag-preya, nagro-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1.
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Oh, tas fighter.
Kel, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos, ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
All Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwede. Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin jungle. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good siya, good siya. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ano namin ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang RG na tips, unang-una, wag kayo, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag na wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game, ini-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold game kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Ayun, napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga una pa,
kaya
nadidisaster
sila. No?
Ayun ang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauuna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm mo kabilang gold game, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung player. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Si Carl kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance na assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na season, sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon. Kyle, the GOAT. Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to, tapos isasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Kaya natin, ikaw na bumunot?
Ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Wala makuha. Super Yoshi,
Rome siya,
Rome.
Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Yung magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan mo na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan di niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next Kel, may kasama ulit tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos bibigyan natin sila ng tip kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung pang-counter ko sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik At tulungan na kita, Kel. Nainggit ako sa'yo Pumapala yung tupa.
Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo?
Irrital na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin i-irrital yan. Kasi irrital kasi malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung irrital Kaya yan lalo na pag-level.
Tingin mo sa 1-1. Naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung palag-ulti yung popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat. Malakas na lane yan. May kasama
Popol guys. Gamitin niya.
Try nyo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Oy, parang danger to. 1-1.
Speaking of...
Irrital din.
Madali lang no?
Dali lang. Irrital.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Tapos,
na siya. Ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack. Something na nag-pure guys or...
Mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng irrital, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan. Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki kiti doon ah. Parang no match yun ah. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And Hulekel, ang mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalas kayo mag-gold. Ohen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang yun.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abonda muna tayo kasi magpapasok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TL Peach or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na na. Pastok yun ah. Pastok eh. Sabi mo, RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Harit or Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC, mas may pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, syempre mamimili tayo ng super fan sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Kung isa ka sa mga player na napili matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng Kusang Field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na si Pio yung goat mo.
Kasi nung MPL season 1, nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew.
Tapos sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina.
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung goat ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML ang sasabihin ko na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLB's greatest of all time, God CC!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal, parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Aurora, MLBB. So ako muna, no? Alam mo, same sila ng problem ng TNC.
Hindi.
Pero para sa akin...
Bakit problem yung tawag mo, pre? Hindi.
No. May dahilan bakit ko sinabing problem. Kasi, for me, maganda yung idea. Medyo historical yung idea. Nostalgic.
Yes.
Pero it comes with problems. Alam mo naman kunari, nagdala ka ng baon. Hindi lahat magugustuhan.
Imported pa.
Oo. So, para sa akin, as much as nagigets ko yung chemistry, kailangan patunayan. At kailangan malinis. Kailangan malinis yung pagkain.
Realist talaga si Diday. Realista.
Kailangan malinis yung pagkain. Para makita ko yung liwanag.
Okay.
Tama yung historical eh. Historical kasi. May mga history na pwede mong gamitin. Pero hindi din lahat hindi din lahat. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Yun. Talagang kailangan paghihirapan, kailangan
may dumi din yung history.
With history kasi, pre, may luggage.
May luggage. Oh. Bakit may luggage? Pero may dalahin, may bit-bit ka. And actually, yun nga. This roster, parang statement siya. And it's also a big responsibility to actually take care of it.
Yes.
At palakasin pa.
Amen. This is fun,
Ako, for RORA, nasa tagline na nila, pre. Di ba? Seize the win. Di ba? Seize the... But, that aside, masaya ako for this lineup. Masaya ako because...
Oo, masaya ka.
Sobrang saya ako.
Sa'yo din may history eh.
Yes. And...
Clue na yun.
For so many reasons. As in, kung saan ko na nadala yung storyang yon, and I'm so happy that there's a new chapter. And now, wala, yung unang team, sabi ko, pwedeng mag-M7. Ito rin dapat mag-M7 eh. I don't know. That's it. That's RORA. Sa'yo yun eh. That's it.
Ito, that's it. Last thoughts.
Sige.
Last thoughts.
Tignan natin kung paano mag-unravel yung kanilang performance.
Ay.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing may reseta. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dog SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. No retreat. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 16. We're still in Week 4, Day number 1. It's Umi with Athena and Wolf, and we are currently at the second match with ONIC and Omega.
And it feels like our day. All of our teams are performing very well on tour week number 4.
Yeah, and we saw a wonderful first series in a way that we know we have established the identity of Aurora already, which is in the early game. We also see a lot of heartwarming moments in that first series.
And we've
Coach
seen
Panda,
so many more games that are highlighted all throughout the round. And by the way, guys, you could have more data and more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
And we saw a lot of victories coming in from Aurora Gaming in our match number 1. Quick victories coming in from Aurora, secure still the top seed of MPL Philippines Season 16. Yet another point and yet another win on their 5-game win streak right now, ever since week number 2. Such a big stage to show their skills here for Aurora Gaming, and you guys as well could showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports for Everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, dias, and more.
Visit the MPLPH website for more information and how to apply.
And this might just be the starting stage for the next superstars of tomorrow. And we did see a glimpse of the next generation superstars coming in from APBR, but it seems that they still have a lot to actually learn from that matchup. Again, that was a quick 0-2 for the side of APBR and a quick 2-0 for the side of Aurora Gaming. I think that Yisun Shin Harith definitely was a problem with red side.
And even with the Savage Kimi here for you and confirm the first Savage for the season.
Yeah, I think we also saw some attempts coming out from APBR with the Lunox as well as the Ruby that unfortunately did not work and was disastrous for the team.
Yeah, and I think for that match alone, that would mean that I think for Infinix standings, it wouldn't really move that much. APBR is still going to be on the 7th spot, not moving an inch, but that will suffer a bit on their game win-loss. Meanwhile, for Aurora Gaming, they will retain that top spot. And for the side of ONIC Philippines, they have a chance to tie that 5, or actually go up a bit next to Twisted Minds if they're able to secure a victory against Omega.
And even if Omega actually gets a point here, he would also be closing in onto the top 4 onto our Infinix standing, whereas TLPH still currently at 3 points if ever Omega wins against ONIC PH.
The way I've seen at ONIC PH's standings right now is that they have not lost 0-2. So both of their losses, it went to game number 3. So that will put them above Twisted Minds if they do win it. But again, the first step is they have to win first.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard for Omega to try to secure a win against ONIC Philippines right now, considering how hot ONIC Philippines was starting week number 3. I think it was a big discussion between everyone in the MLPB esports community that ONIC Philippines is going back to the form that they had during their historic M-Series run.
Although that was a short interlude onto their battle against Twisted Minds, wherein it was on a game 3 yet again.
Yeah.
But of all people, we've seen Sean and Nosha outshining the champions here or world champions rather, ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, well, speaking of shining here for ONIC Philippines, I believe that there were so many highlight players, but I think that they don't give out their highlights together or simultaneously.
Yeah.
Sometimes it was King Kong. Week 1 and week 2 admittedly was King Kong's back-to-back weeks, but week number 3 you did not see much of King Kong because he played so much of Yisun Shin or something. But yeah, I guess that's what ONIC Philippines needs.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Kellera from last week as well, but this time we're looking at the XP lane. It's going to be between Ryota going back for ONIC Philippines, and for Omega, still James, but this is a matchup that we haven't seen a lot in MPL history because both of these players, for some reason, kinda inevitably dodged each other based on their journeys.
But now this is the time to showcase what will be somewhat of a standout here for Ryota. Especially this is officially his first game again after a short stint in MPL Indonesia. He was with Smart Omega before he left though.
That's right. So which is great because he is back in his original team going up against his former team. That's like a full circle for Ryota. Although technically speaking, Ryota's original team was Playbook Esports. In the franchise era, the start of the career for Ryota was actually with ONIC Philippines.
And ONIC Philippines was the home for Ryota for the longest time, ever since I think Season 8 or even Season 7. Oh no, I think it was Season 8 onwards. And that was the time where Esmeralda and Uranus were the kings and queens of the XP lane meta. But now we are looking at the age of the crown once again. That was around Season 7 and Season 8 of MPL. Haji was still part of Blacklist International. Kellera was still part of Smart Omega during that time. But this time around, the tables have turned. Blacklist International's Haji now in Smart Omega, and Smart Omega's Kellera now in ONIC Philippines.
And so far, we could definitely see him way back MSC 2021. If you look closely, guys, we could see the vast difference in terms of how he presents also himself here. And with the age of the crown comes with the responsibility as well to actually improve all over the years or after all these years here in the MPL.
And looking back to our upcoming XP lane matchup, once again, it's going to be James versus Ryota, making his comeback in MPL Philippines. Looking at the records for Ryota, things have been looking, I would say, 50-50. This is 45% win rate with ONIC Philippines, 48% for Omega. And to be fair, that time with Omega and ONIC Philippines, those were the times that I think the team was struggling a bit. So I think Ryota was still performing well, considering that the other statistics says so otherwise.
Good thing that you pointed that out, because seasons 10 and 11 for ONIC Philippines as a franchise wasn't that good. Although they were able to make it to the playoffs anyways. Ryota and the gang, they weren't that successful. But when it comes to successful heroes, wow, that's Arnold and Paquito.
And followed closely is going to be the Edith. So that's a total of what? 19, 19, 16, 54 games in total. And so far, when I look back, he played a total of 171 onto his MPL Philippines career.
Yeah.
So that is kind of high for me, especially closing in onto the top 2 heroes that is onto the top charts of our current meta.
Yeah, I think Arlott definitely is one of those heroes that you'd like to see, especially in this current matchup. And for James, who will be fighting against Ryota, he will be inviting people to attend the watch party for Smart Omega fans, or what the Filipino broadcast calls the barangays, in an actual barangay in Apalit, Florida Blanca, in Pampanga. So they're actually holding a barangay watch party in an Avenue Cafe inside an actual barangay.
Yes. So, by the way, for all of the international viewers, Pampanga is about 2 or 3 hours away from Manila. So this is not in the capital city. So this is important to see a barangay watch party in a place where it's in a place that you don't expect.
It looks like it's going to be a cozy watch party. Besides, it's going to be on Avenue Cafe on Florida Blanca, so far north. But let's see if Smart Omega will go north before this day ends.
Well, hopefully they do, because right now they are currently 5th in our standings. Not that bad, but also not that good. You don't want to hover around the 4th, 5th, 6th spot as much as possible. You'd like to go to the 4 upwards. And for Smart Omega, they have a prime chance to secure that. Twisted Minds did get a win against ONIC Philippines. So ONIC Philippines right now trying to get that win back. But right now, we are going to our community poll. Who is the most super out of all the supers that you see in our choices? You can just super comment down below on whoever you think the super in all the supers are.
Super Fritz and Super Yoshi coincidentally will be fighting up against each other in the mid lane, but not as a mid lane to mid lane matchup. It's a mid lane versus roam matchup. We'll see later on, because I think that their playstyles are so different.
Yep. You could also comment down your super friends in the comment section if you know other super members who plays MLBB here. Don't forget to check out and keep it positive, guys, please, on our MPL official community group. I know we have to remind you each and every day. I'm sorry.
Well, with passionate fans comes passionate players. And of course, it's going to be ONIC Philippines and Smart Omega for our final matchup. Let's go, players.
A Sonic is making his return to the stage. Here's Ryota, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra, ONIC Philippines! Can the barangay find victory with James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki? It's Smart Omega! Overseeing and upholding the tournament's integrity for our match, welcome our marshals, Joshua, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. And the coaches for ONIC Philippines, Coach Why Not? For Omega, Coach Lembot. All right, MPL Arena, make some noise!
The battle between the Sonics and the Barangay will begin right now. Let's welcome the Sonics we have Ryota, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra.
Finally, Ryota making an entrance this season. Let's see on how will he make a difference with his presence known here for our match number 2. So far for ONIC, it's been 50-50 as we mentioned, but that 50-50 might turn into a 100% participation here for Ryota as their XP.
And they would need that 100%. Up against them would be the Barangay. We have Smart Omega, James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki.
And now it's gonna be the discussion between James as well as Ryota. It's true that for the side of Omega, they have been banking on some tempo controller heroes for James like the Lapu-Lapu, and he has been very successful with setup heroes. And I do hope that this will be a setup hero versus setup hero battle between Ryota and James.
And looking at our team head-to-head, it seems that ONIC Philippines is ahead by quite a big margin here, especially for Lord Control and Turtle Control.
Yeah. I think among the top teams that we have, like the top 1, 2, and 3 teams that we have, ONIC might have the lowest first blood rate at 25%. That means 1 out of their 4 matches where they only able to secure the first blood. And it's actually evident if you watch the game style of ONIC, where they will give up and forgo the first few minutes of the game just to get their level 4s, while the rest of the pack, like Aurora, for example, they're so willing to get that first blood.
Yeah, we did see that early on as well in our first series of the day. Aurora Gaming's early game is definitely something that everybody has to study at this point forward. And now for ONIC Philippines and Smart Omega, before we head on to the actual match, let's check out what happened in their Smart 5G ping test.
Sarap panalo. Guys, galingan natin guys Jigay, Raisol. Feel ko pre, mananalo tayo ngayon pre. Feel ko lang Shoutout kay Boss Ryota ko dyan. Galingan natin pareho boss. Idol natin yan si Boss Ryota. Mapatay pre! Boy, di kita kaya saktan boy.
Dahil sawang-sawa na akong marinig na ako'y kaibigan lang.
Ay, wag na naman ta, masaya sa tenga. Iwan ko. Nice boy! What's up bro? Hindi pa nag-i-start laro, wala na kang tiwala sa akin, pre. Pangit nga yung mic mo. Wala na yung mukha, except na yun. Wala na yun, hindi kasali. Yung mic yung tinatanong ko. ONIC B-Boy.
ONIC B-Boy, Navi Cars, ONIC Cards.
Okay na yan? Hello guys, ngayon, di ko lang sasabihin ko si Ryota, tabi ngayon si King Kong, saka si Prince, Face Card, tapos si... Sino yan? Sino yung room? Ha? Si Brusco pala. Favorite song ni Kelra pala guys. Dilaw. By Maki.
Welcome back, Ryota and MPL Philippines.
Did I hear that right?
What a random trivia.
It is a very random trivia. And that was our Smart 5G ping test. Don't worry, guys, even if they were having fun singing, making jokes, or even spreading gossip, they are actually testing their ping out there.
Exactly. And by the way, to translate what Ryota said, he said in the last sentence, Kelra's favorite song apparently is Dilaw by Maki.
Oh.
I didn't know that, honestly.
It's very random. I mean, why would you even drop that?
Well... I'm pretty sure that the next segment isn't really random because we will be discussing really important things with the Infinix Keys to Victory in the HAL.
Welcome to the HAL. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. It's ONIC going up against Omega. And para sa ONIC Philippines, they have to contain yung farm ni Ryzen in the early game, especially yung mga invade na ginagawa niya. Minsan niya, ginagawa ni Ryzen is nakikipag-trade pa siya ng neutral objective into farm, katulad ng mga green camps na biglang nagiging malaking advantage at in fact nagiging win condition pa ng Omega. If ONIC prevents this from happening, mas makontrol nila yung early game at mas mataas ang chance nilang manalo sa laban na to. They also have to maximize yung mga catch-style heroes or yung playstyle mismo ni Ryota. This is the first time that we'll see Ryota in ONIC Philippines for this season, pero the last time that I saw ONIC Philippines play Ryota, dun sa Season 10 pa to at mga earlier seasons, alam natin na ito yung kanyang playstyle. Yung mga Terizla na nakakahuli ng 5, yung mga Arnott na maganda yung mga pasok, this is something na comfortable ang ONIC Philippines and Ryota himself. And I think this is how you maximize him. Now, para naman sa Omega, they have to win the early game via draft or the rotation. Pwede nila ding puwersa ng ONIC na maging greedy dun sa mga lineups para naman mas makakalamang sila in the early game when it comes to their natural heroes. And lastly, they have to pivot yung kanilang tempo in the X-Plane or yun sa mid lane duo. So parang pipili lang sila, either X-Plane na malakas talaga sa early game or malakas magdikta ng laro, or kuha sila ng mid lane duo talagang hirap i-contain na talagang magdidikta ng tempo ng paglalaruan ng ONIC at ng Omega. This is how they can win if they can dictate the game themselves. Abangan natin kung ito nga bang mangyayari sa ating serye na to. Back to the casters.
A lot of emphasis on the early game, Wolf. It seems that Ryzen's invades, and I guess the draft as well for both sides here. By the way, ONIC Philippines on the blue side will be very important to dictate the results in game number 1.
So when you mention early game, obviously any team would want to win the early game, right? It's very, it's like very important for all the teams. But I think that the approach from each teams are different. For ONIC, they are much more willing to let go of the early game in favor of the late game. But for Omega, it's a little bit different. They want to trade when it comes to farm. They let go of objectives, but not the farm.
Although, it's kind of ironic looking back onto the games that ONIC lost. Because actually, in all of the games that they lost, there were actually 0 in terms of turtle kills. So, all in all, it just reflects heavily on the playstyle of ONIC. If they lose the winning objectives or the early objectives, it leads them to somehow equalize, or rather equalize onto the solution that they could be shutted down as long as you get the early objectives against King Kong.
Well, we're about to see, because we're already halfway through the banding phase of the first phase of this draft. And once again, it's going to be ONIC Philippines on the blue side, red side for Omega, taking away the Kalea, Coach Lembot, taking away one of the best options right now in the blue side opener, but the Lancelot and the Yisun Shin still open to take.
Yep.
And this is a Harith. First ban coming out from ONIC is direct salute to the metagame, as well as the fact that it is Netsuki's favorite so far. Although they were successful in the first 2 weeks for Omega with this Harith, teams are slowly catching up, and it came to a point where the first ban is Harith.
A lot of contemplating onto actually taking out 2 heroes here for James. As I've mentioned, it's very crucial here for Smart Omega to prevent that from happening. And a Selena direct ban here onto Super Friends.
This is gonna be Lancelot, right? There's no other good trade.
I mean, the Yisun Shin is still available to take if you want to play the Joy. In case you want to show off your new skin, well, not yet, because it's not yet released, but at least we could see the preview of it. ONIC Philippines, I feel like it's still going to be the Lancelot. Let's not kid ourselves over here. Lancelot's probably still the best blue opener right now.
How about the Kalea, though, for ONIC?
It's banned.
Oh, it's banned. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, there's no way, right? I think
Baksha?
Farsa, I'm looking at some of the previous picks here coming out from ONIC. So it's like either just CC or Lancelot.
Maybe. But I'm looking
But
at
CC's
the
banned.
Lancelot. Yeah.
It's Zushin. This is the only second time that they first picked a Zushin. The last time that they did, they lost so badly against Aurora.
And looking back earlier, Jushin wasn't actually noticed that so much for our first match, right? So kind of a change of scenery here for ONIC base. So now Smart Omega has the chance to get the Lancelot here for Ryzen, or even the Hayabusa, looking at their draft probability.
Even the Lapu Lapu, if I'm being honest, that's one of the, if not the strongest XP laner right now. And James is definitely very comfortable with that hero too.
Lapu Lance just makes so much sense here for Omega.
Because I
so it's Yisun Shin instead. Oh my goodness.
And the Ruby. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wolf. This is actually one of the first times in Season 16 that we see Ruby this early in our draft.
It's usually second, third blue pick with the Yisun Shin. Usually. It is Selena. The pattern is Yisun Shin first pick, and then Selena plus the Ruby. They are allowing ONIC to get the Lancelot here, but maybe because they prepped up the Ruby anyways, they're okay with that. But now ONIC can mix this up. They can go for Joy Moskov or Joy Granger.
Or they could go for the classic Arlott Fredrin Lucian trio, you know?
That's also true. That's a pretty strong combo here.
Maybe.
But they're gonna go for the Lancelot Arlott instead. Still very powerful. In fact, I think Brusco could still be able to go for the Akai if they want to go full on with that Arlott combo.
That's right.
Or they could level up with the Hylos here, to be honest, for Smart Omega. Knowing that Super Yoshi already has his Ruby. But very interesting though, on their community poll, we asked earlier who's the superest of all the super.
Yeah.
And there are actually the first picks here for our first game.
I wonder if Omega will pick up the Farsa. Maybe the other option is the Valentina. But between Farsa and Valentina, Farsa is gonna be picked here. If they do skip it, they might just pick something like Katatkacha or even the Hylos.
Yeah, the Lapu is still open. I'm pretty sure if they don't get the Lapu at this point, it might just get banned out. And here comes the
What is happening?
Ruby Lunox once again. We've seen this earlier
What is
with
happening?
AP Bren playing this Ruby and Lunox again and again. And now for Omega, it seems that they're playing the same composition, this time a bit earlier in our draft.
What is happening? Like, is it like this Ruby Lunox is the combo for the past week for most teams? Like, everybody just practice it in scrims and then everybody just try to play it out?
Maybe. I'm not sure. It's a Lunox day today. But I do believe still it's too early if you want to pick up the Lunox because there are more probable heroes here for Haji. Specifically, the Force is still open. Or even go for the Kagura if you want to just go for the mobility and the burst damage.
And we're pretty much still unsure if this is going to be a mid lane Lunox or a gold lane Lunox. But based on what happened earlier, it seems that this is going to be a mid lane Lunox and hopefully a roam Ruby. Because out of all the players here for Omega, there's one Ruby specialist and that would be Super Yoshi.
Okay, so they banned out Uranus after seeing this ban on the Baksha. And we also know that with the damage output, the damage profile of ONIC might not be enough against Uranus. So for Omega, they can also ban another combo with the Arlott. In this case, it will be... Is that Katatkacha? What is Muscle of Iron, Bones of Steel?
That is Katatkacha, yes. That is Katatkacha.
Yes, it is.
And now it will be banned out here by Omega. And I feel like for the side of ONIC, it's still... As much as I'd like to see Ryota using this Arlott, I'm pretty sure this is still going to be a flex pick. Unless, of course, they want to give comfort for Ryota. It is his first game, after all, in a while for MPL Philippines.
All right, so the thing is, in Omega's fourth pick, we will already see what the roles will be, at least for one of either the Ruby or this Lunox. So the Hylos ban, as we've mentioned. Good identification here coming out from ONIC. So one option here for Omega is if they do pick up the Badang, that will confirm this Ruby in the EXP lane. But, oh wait, now that I think about it, Ruby Gold with the Yi Sun-Shin also worked before.
It does.
Yep.
It has worked historically. Ruby has been the go-to gold lane for Yi Sun-Shin compositions, but now they're gonna go for an Esmeralda.
Confirmed.
Still, pretty much, I mean, Esmeralda Gold is also doable. So a lot of flex picks here for Omega.
Maybe, but you could just stick your ground onto what you're most comfortable with. And Super Yoshi, leave it to him to use the Ruby. And then just somehow just come up with the surprise here. Stick to the guns here for Netsuki.
How about Edith and Beatrix here for ONIC? So Beatrix is... I guess it's gonna be fine if it faces a Lunox, and it's also gonna be fine if it faces a Ruby. So instead it will be a Claude. That is the Grok. So wait, we don't know yet. This could be an XP Grok. This could be an XP Grok.
I don't think if you're up against an Esmeralda, you wouldn't really want to go for an XP lane Grok. So I'm gonna lean towards this Arlott for a bit. Omega locks in the Hellcurt. Which role though? Which role?
Okay, I think this will be Hellcurt mid, Lunox gold.
Brother.
Rome Ruby. I know.
I've
Brother.
seen this in MDL.
Or
It was
gold Hellcurt?
yeah.
Gold Hellcurt?
I'm not sure. Even on the Rome if you want.
I don't think anybody's sure where the Hellcurt is going.
Okay, if you were to guess, let's guess. Hellcurt?
I'm saying mid.
I'm saying gold.
I'm saying Rome.
Okay.
All right.
Just to put it out there.
We'll see. Who gets it right? Who gets
All right.
It's gold!
It's Gold Lane. It's Gold Lane Hellcurt for Smart Omega in Game 1 against ONIC Philippines. Claude versus Hellcurt. That's the matchup for game number 1 as we head on to the Land of Dawn. Once again, this is your second best of 3 series of the night. Our week 4 opener. This time it's going to be Omega versus ONIC Philippines. ONIC Philippines straight from a tough loss against Twisted Minds last week. That was one of the best 3-game series that we've ever watched in Season 16. And now they're going to try to go back and get a dub here inside our current series. Apologies for that.
Sorry.
We're still in shock. And okay, so have I seen Hellcurt in the gold lane before? I wouldn't say as of recent memory, but I do see it in high level RGs actually. Like if you sometimes you scroll on TikTok and then you just find out some of the good stuff that streamers do, like like the Hellcurt gold.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ransack my mind on where I've seen it, but I'm sure that last week there was an MDL team that actually used the Hellcurt, but it wasn't in the gold lane.
In MPL Indonesia, the Hellcurt was used in the mid lane.
Okay.
It actually worked.
So in this specific instance, is it safe to say it's going to be the first time we will be seeing a Hellcurt on the gold lane?
Perhaps.
As far as I think that
let's say franchise era.
Era, the time where there was a gold lane.
Yeah.
You know when the gold lane was invented in the game.
Season 8.
So it was season 8. Yeah. So yeah, no.
Yeah,
this is the first time.
It's actually the first time, especially in MPL PH history. And for Nets to bring that out against Kelra, that takes a lot of bees. You know, a lot of bees of steel.
He is the strongest gold laner.
He is the strongest. Saying that as well.
You're right.
Way back. Requires steel level bees. You know.
He is the Nets standard.
There is no other player that can play like this in the gold lane other than the Nets standard.
Oh yeah. You know, Nets never fails to entertain. And I gotta give it to the dude. If I'm being honest, not a lot of gold laners want to be put on that quote-unquote antagonist role. Like people who just wants to, people who baits other people to beat them. But you know, Nets is pretty much comfortable with that, and he did say that he's pretty much matured at this point.
We're all just fishes in the sea, and Nets just catching us right on cue with a surprise pick here for Smart Omega. I'm kind of confused on where they would like to go with things like this, especially for a gold lane Hellcurt.
Yeah, especially with the power spikes. Like you're looking at a Yi Sun Shin that wants to farm a lot, and suddenly you have an assassin in the gold lane. Puts a lot of mid pressure for Super Friends too, especially come level 4.
Speaking of mid pressure, this Lucian.
Baby!
Okay. I'm sorry, Nets.
I'm sorry, Nets. We doubted you.
We doubted your Hellcurt play, but that was explosive.
That's insane. And I do agree with you, especially with the Deadly Stinger, right? You have that pounce, and you also have this invisibility against ONIC PH.
And he's just gonna get minions upon minions, use the Deadly Stingers to potentially get this gold crab as well. But slight 1v1 against Kelra, leaves for the PMI, and he does secure that gold crab. Now it is level 4 for both junglers, and now King Kong fails to secure that kill on Haji. First turtle about to come online.
Yeah, we put a lot of focus in the gold lane, but we have to take note that this Lucian had a lot of help with the Grok, freezing the lane with that wall. And then was able to secure himself some farm, but they are not as fast. I think ONIC, just like how we studied them, they are willing to forgo the early game.
Oh wait, that's wild.
Oh, he wasn't able to deny.
Okay.
The cart, but
okay, going back.
But yeah, this is ONIC just starting to ramp up when it comes to the turtle fight.
Yeah, and speaking of turtle fight, here we go for the first one.
Okay, Super Yoshi being pushed off the vicinity of this turtle. Might be a first turtle free here for King Kong.
Yep, easy turtle here for ONIC Philippines, and they didn't even burn his retribution, which means that this could be a potential invade.
Okay, Super Friends going for the Crimson Beacon. There's a jump here for James. Not really maximizing the falling Star Moon. James might fall down, and the final slash would connect King Kong with the first blood.
Great angle coming in from Ryota, feeding the kill to King Kong.
One of his most played heroes, Kelra, up against Netsky. Oh, what a dodge!
Oh no.
That's a miss here. Might be a G and a kill here for Kelra. Thankfully, Netsky will be able to run away.
Yeah. And just a little bit of lane report here. Netsky was able to deny one range minion and one gold cart away from Kelra.
I was actually expecting a Dark Knight Falls during the first turtle take, but I noticed he was just at level 3. So maybe that's why Smart Omega didn't push further to contest the big objective.
Yeah, plus it's really hard to fight against a Lancelot early on, especially with Brusco hitting level 4 as well. And now we are moving on towards a more safe laning phase here for Kelra.
Yeah.
Looking at our Infinix in-game equipment, does he steal this? He does.
It's so difficult to take away the gold grab from a Hellcard due to the deadly poison stingers. By the way, Ryota with one of his most played heroes, this Arnott, he looks very comfortable. And how about that angle? For sure, Omega did not expect that, and James was duly punished because of that.
Yeah, very nice touch there. And even for James, touching on the subject, there was a bit of miscom, especially onto the way that he jumped, knowing members of Smart Omega already scattered away.
And slight lead here for ONIC Philippines, but still anybody's ball game. 15 seconds before the second turtle spawns in. This time it's going to be near the gold lane, so that means Netsky could have a better entrance inside with Dark Knight Falls, but that will be a lane frozen for now as we head on towards the mid lane. A potential big fight about to ensue here.
Oh my goodness. Kelra was forced to get out of that lane again. Before the next turtle fight happened, Netsky and Kelra are playing chess down the bottom lane.
It's all about the mind games here. And King Kong making his way here onto the second turtle. As you mentioned, for Smart Omega, they have to get into position. But speaking of position, it's going to be a mess. Final slash here for Ryota. Meanwhile, Netsky from the back with that stinger will hit no one. Instead, the King Kong will get a kill here onto Super Yoshi, make it a double kill. But Brusco, on the other hand, there's a mighty swing. That stinger won't miss out again. A lot of misses here for Smart Omega, but James is not missing out on the fact that all his attention here for King Kong and Ryota is on him.
And now the turtle hasn't even started yet. Purple buff will be the first target for ONIC Philippines, but here comes that ski with the burst out. That execution out here for King Kong as we head on toward the turtle. James will be providing vision here for Omega as the turtle is being danced while Kelra gets a potential turret upstairs.
Okay, there's a slight reposition here under Smart Omega as they try and get the turtle. That's a nice reset here with the run part here for Brusco. Super Yoshi with the Eye of Fan play. Wolfgang all connecting all the members of ONIC, but not enough damage. Just pick up damage from the back. There goes King Kong with a puncture. Evening out things here for Smart Omega. They're not letting the turtle after their side. Falling Starman activated. Dark Knight Falls. Reaching on their back. It's going to be a shutdown. Get carry with the bullets. Blazing do it out. And that's going to be it for now for Smart Omega.
Crucial pickoff coming in from Smart Omega. Could potentially go for the turtle, but they do go for the camps first. Omega, even if they did win those fights, I think ONIC, they're still ahead in terms of gold.
For sure. ONIC are going to be happy because of the trades, but Omega are slowly catching up. In fact, that shutdown from Netsky is going to be great. This is the first time that Hellcurt was used in the gold lane in the franchise era, indeed.
Okay.
So, well, that's used by Andoryu as a jungler.
Last season.
That's right.
Yep.
So,
confirmed.
It was confirmed, but that shutdown from Netsky gave Omega so much gold influx.
Yeah.
And they also have the position here to actually start and finish up the turtle, but a very nice reset though for Brusco's Earthen Rampart.
And honestly, it also sends a message to ONIC Philippines that every time the Dark Knight Falls hits, you really can't just put your carries alone. You need someone to peel for these carries, specifically King Kong, because this Lancelot, though, it's really hard to hit those abilities, especially when Thorn Rose is available.
Oh, very nice tectonic charge here. James will back down and go down here. ONIC Page, very powerful pick off, but Netsky targeting Super Frizz. What a connection here. Also, that's going to be a very good pick-off here for Smart Omega.
But still, the turtle goes to the hands of ONIC Philippines. That's the second turtle of the game.
Exact. And we will not see a third turtle because of how long that turtle dance was. Good pick-up on Super Fritz, but does not mitigate the fact that James was picked off. That's a second death on this Esmeralda, giving away so much for ONIC.
And this is really bad if you're Omega, because one of your main tanks is this Esmeralda, and if your Esmeralda can't last more than around 3-4 seconds in a team fight, it really beats the purpose of drafting this Esmeralda to begin with. And now for ONIC Philippines, still playing around that 1K gold lead as we enter the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, and even for ONIC Page, they're playing around onto containing where Ryzen could farm, right? And that is actually included under Infinite's keys to victory.
And speaking of containing, Netsky was able to contain Kelra for the first 5 minutes of the game in at the bottom lane. But there was a brief moment where Kelra was able to get out of the rope.
Okay, and now he's being chased down.
Wow.
It's going to be a powerful setup here for Super Yoshi. Ryota moving forward over the Phantom Slash. Activating King Kong to kill off Ryzen. And from the back, making it a double kill. Haji with the rest of the gang will be able to get the pick off, but that is not enough. King Kong is thirsty. He wants more. He wants to go for more blood here. James trying his best to defend the turret, but still for ONIC Philippines, what a great move and pick off on the 3 members.
That's a minimum of 8 punctures within the last few seconds of that fight, Wolf.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is why the Lancelot is the superior jungler. So far, we've seen in ONIC, in MPL Philippines, and King Kong especially is one of the best Lancelot players that we've seen all season long. And we are going to see it again in 4K.
Let's count. Let's count.
Let's count it. All right.
How many punctures did King Kong actually do in this fight? Great engage coming in here from Ryota. That's 3, 4. Then how many more, King Kong?
5, 6, 7.
And he goes out. That's just 7.
8.
No, make that 8, make that 9. You know what? That's insane. Forces the flicker out of Haji as well. And now we enter the potential fight for the First Lord.
Yep. And we saw as well, I mean, we have not talked about it that much, but Ryota with that initiation was definitely a fresh new sight for ONIC Philippines' fans, as the Arlot from Ryota looks to be a very comfortable pick for ONIC.
And that's how you make your presence known here. Concealed play. It's going to be pulled over here for Super Yoshi. Dark Knight Falls activated. Keller that's delivering the bullet. That's going to be enough damage. Chase with the falling Stormwind. That's a nice layer here for Smart Omega. Not enough to do so much damage as the KK connection still activates.
Here comes
Super Freeze as well with the super moves. Keko from the front and Kelra as well. It's going to be a mayday here for Smart Omega. 3-4-2 trade off.
Wow. That already started to be really good for Super Yoshi. I'm actually surprised that Nets did not jump after he popped the Dark Knight Falls. He could have went down to the back lines. It's impossible that they did not have the vision because they both have the Yisenchin and the Hellcurt. They must have the superior vision. That was already a good start, but obviously Brusco with the Grok, good counter play. James also jumped in, but imagine if Netsky jumped to King Kong or to Kelra, things will be different. Unfortunately, some hesitation from the net standard. It was a big disaster for Omega.
I think that hesitation came from the idea as well that he wanted to layer that Terrify as much as possible to the layer that they do have right now. And Super Yoshi just bursted down immediately as the Lord pushes down mid lane. The siege is not over yet. They still have a wave up top.
And that's why you never second guess it. You never doubt if ever you have that great setup. And now for ONIC, they're just so sure that they will get the right target. Dark Knight Cross activated. Carry with the blazing duet. A very nice delivery here for the Ryota. But Haji will get the opening to tore him down. The Deadly Singers will connect, but not enough to do so much damage to kill off Kelra.
And they're still going to go for the bottom lane, but it seems that Omega finally defends their inhibitor turret as the siege ends for ONIC Philippines, now with a 6,000 gold lead. How do we stop the bleeding if you are part of the barangay?
Get a split push with Netsky, maybe have a good jump, and allow Ryzen to just output the damage. I think that Omega should have the superior vision, but it seems like the playstyle of ONIC being very quick on the trigger without any hesitation. Even with Ryota, you saw there wasn't any hesitation at all with the initiation. So if Omega kind of stops that with their vision play, maybe they can win this.
Looks like they're not stopping there. King Kong going forward. That executed the Torn
Oh,
Bros.
man.
What a play here. What a play with a Sigma jungler.
You know, if you think about it, if Lancelot still run Lethal Ignition, that would have been flicker-worthy. But again, that is running the killing spree right now, the standard emblem for the Lancelot for survivability as well. 30 seconds before the second Lord of the game spawns Wolf. It seems that Omega has no answer so far for King Kong.
Yeah. King Kong's just, you know, dance a lot with the Lancelot, dude. He's like literally connecting all the dots. Here, Omega.
Well,
Only dashing.
I wish I could play Lancelot like King Kong, the Sigma jungler. People call me the Ligma jungler.
I'm sorry, I was caught off guard there.
I wonder who those people are.
My friends, aka you guys.
Of course. Of course.
We are about to go to the second Lord of the game, and the Esmeralda will be providing vision here for Omega. James in a prime spot, but ONIC Philippines already complete here.
Okay, that might be a free Lord. As other members here for Smart Omega, just too far away.
That was fast.
There was a slight attempt, but still that was easily closed up by Brusco as well.
Yeah. What a very fast take coming out from ONIC, not stopping. Just controlling this game. It's going to be Super Yoshi to pick up the Radiant Armor to kind of last a little bit longer against Super Prince. That's exactly what they need in this game. However, if you're looking at Netsky, he's still waiting for the third item. Probably a Malefic Roar, actually, to go with this Demon Hunter Sword. And if you are the Yi Chin, you also need your fourth big item here.
Let's see if they have the time to actually close off the gap between them and ONIC.
Yeah, and look at that. BOD locked in here by King Kong. This might just be the biggest push that ONIC has to potentially end this game. All battle spells are complete here for Omega.
Okay, let's see. Mountain Chakra activated. They're going on to Netsky. On Q though, you will be able to blink away. On the bottom side, you will be able to clear off the last bits of minion wave that ONIC has here, marching towards their base. Safe defense here for Smart Omega, and ONIC PH is still at bay. Whether they will be targeting or picking off members here for the barangay.
Nice sidesteps from James here, but the push continues and looks like they're going to go all in. No tectonic charge for now. Brusco still looking for the engage.
Okay, is this a start? There's going to be Lantern Flare Souls there, connected here onto James. King Kong making his way. You have the Tornado Super Yoshi. Put a pull again onto two members. Netsky making drain with that Stinger. But for ONIC PH, the damage just too much. What a tectonic charge with a final slash connecting. And this might be a GG as ONIC PH makes their way onto leading members here on the Smart Omega. No minions. There is a hero we could focus on, and focus is on Kelra right now. Super Prince locks his sight onto the base. It's going to be a win for ONIC PH here on to game number 1.
ONIC Philippines establishing early control takes game number 1.
It was up to each of the laners in this game to keep themselves intact. You can see in the mid lane duo adjusted so that they can have a good early game. It was the Grok block from Brusco that we saw. And then King Kong just minded his own business, made sure that he is able to maximize the strength of a Lancelot. You can see the XP laners also fend up for themselves. And most importantly, Kelra, the gold laner, almost dropped to Netsky many times in this game. And what he did in the 5th minute was actually super duper good in my eyes, because what he did was, when there was so much chaos around the turtle, he sneaked into the top lane so that he kind of let go of. He was able to wiggle his way out of the chokehold that was there from Nets.
And the best part about this, Claude, is the moment that you leave the lane, that's when you start winning. And for ONIC Philippines, they knew their win conditions, even up to that part where if ever they do get to the late game, they still have that Claude.
Yep, and that's how you reach your destination, even if you make a quick detour here for Kelra.
And you know, when you mentioned like we're talking about the win conditions, specifically for both the initiators here, Ryota as well as Brusco, they focused on Ryzen alone, and even up to the last point, they were able to catch him. But the Sigma jungler on his performative era right now with this Lancelot, 5-1-6. the MVP of the game.
And you know, King Kong has always been one of the best assassin users here in MPL Philippines ever since that he was part of the MPL, or he is part of the MPL. King Kong is right now, I feel like, returning, or if not already at the form that he has been in the M series. And I would say that in terms of jungling, he's within top 2 right now for MPL Philippines.
And how about that depth graph that you're seeing? Like, this is probably one of the few times that I've seen the radar graph almost, or radar chart almost like filled up. It means that his impact in the game was so good. 10k damage on turrets, so that meant that he was actually contributing to the push for all of the lanes. You have 5 kills and a very high GPM. Right now we're gonna see King Kong with the right timing to go for Super Yoshi, but how about Ryota's jump? You can see here, look at that snag. Beautifully done, delivered to King Kong with the ultimate.
And I do like onto the first game, Ryota actually played one of his signature or most played gears so far in his MPL PH history. And with those angles, they were able to somehow displace members here from Smart Omega, specifically even Super Yoshi was having a hard time with his Ruby.
And Ryzen too, imagine zoning out the Yi Sun Shin away from those turtles, and look at those surprise engages with the flicker as well.
9 punctures. And if you are going to file the death report on Omega, you can put there a lot of punctures from King Kong himself. Cause of death. Too much punctures from King Kong.
And look at that, a stellar engage coming in from Brusco. I feel like apart from this one big engage, was also looking for a great angle to end the game as well, which we will see later on in our MVP highlights. This Grok, I feel like fundamentally sound gameplay would be an understatement, but that's mostly what he did here in game number 1.
Now look at Brusco. He's gonna catch Ryzen eventually. He's holding his ultimate for this Ryzen guy. Look at how beautiful that is. That is called target selection at its finest, dude. And Ryota dodged the ultimate as well.
Well, a lot of our XP laners, actually both of our XP laners here, played these final moments of the game well. James was buying a lot of time with sidestepping on that Esmeralda, but then again, you could only sidestep so much, especially when the pokes, the damages coming in from ONIC Philippines is starting to hurt, starting to make you bleed. Of course, our MVP King Kong in this game number 1, playing that Lancelot on the blue side. This was fairly a quick game. Our current average game time here in MPL Philippines Season 16 is currently at 16 minutes, and they were able to end this at 15. A very dominant early game all the way to a mid-game power spike that ended the game. That's the story for ONIC Philippines.
And for Smart Omega, they actually tried to wiggle their out onto the early game, trying to cut this a second turtle, but it took way too long in my opinion. That's why ONIC just went ahead with King Kong, are you ready? Just take the turtle, we'll keep them at bay.
Yeah, that's right. Like you see, this game from ONIC was totally different. Well, not totally actually. Slightly different from their usual antics where they eventually got the first blood in this game. And like we said, only 1 out of the 4 games that ONIC has played were they able to secure the first blood. In this specific scenario, they were able to destroy the early game with good aggression and good usage of their pieces. In fact, I would say that they were more patient in this game compared to other games that they have. In this particular game, I think that they have studied Omega so well, and they knew how to counter each move that Omega did.
And the Haji, Lunox, and the Ruby this time for Super Yoshi. This is something that we've seen last series as well, the Lunox Ruby, but this time it was picked way earlier than what we saw last series. What are your thoughts about this? Like, obviously right now it's 0-3, but people are still drafting it.
The fact that Lunox has been played in the mid lane for the first 3 games out of potentially 4 or 5 games that we have today kind of tells us that something happened during the weekdays when ONIC or Omega or other teams like APBR, they have probably found out something about the metagame and have seen a lot of success with the Lunox and Ruby combination in their scrims. But unfortunately, it does not work. Fundamentally, it's so weird to me because it's a very weak mid lane duo.
Yeah, you're right. And it doesn't automatically translate into a W even though it's working on some screens because it's somewhat of a controlled environment, right? it's a controlled scenario. But this time, out of control is going to be our BPI rich guy, King Kong.
Yep, still a jungler getting our BPI rich guy, and a quick shout out of course for James as well, who was damage taken #1 and damage dealt #1 in this game. Just Esmeralda thinks I think Uranus and Esmeralda definitely getting that award way too much in this meta. But of course, our BPI rich guy once again, King Kong, securing that award for game #1. And this is something that we see a lot towards our junglers today. Demon Kite got at that back-to-back in our first series, and now King Kong looks to get his first one in this game #1. And you guys could also celebrate ONIC's victory in M6 because the Joy ONIC PH Pass is now available. The starter pass includes the M6 Champion Skin Joy, ONIC PH, and more. I'm actually surprised that it's already available. I'm gonna cash that in right now.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
later on.
September 20, if I'm reading this correctly.
Oh yes, it's
right.
September 20. All right, I'm sorry.
Up until November 3rd.
Yeah,
So
all right. So a week from now, I guess.
save the date, guys.
Save the date. It's already discounted too. Might as well.
Wait, did I just see from 2,200?
From 2,000 to 799.
Wow. Okay.
It is. If you're looking for the Joy skin, you actually move forward here. The finals MVP skin Beatrix Skyforce Maverick is now available for 30% off in the first week release.
Wow.
It's already $629
Wow,
from $899.
okay. So the M6 Finals MVP, Kelra, added a touch of his son's name, Slick, printed on the outfit. Actually, that's my favorite part of it. Honestly, it's. I think it's a big W, chat. So go to the shop now and claim your own MVP.
Hey,
W's
man.
in the chat.
W's in the chat. But Beatrix is looking great there. I think the hairstyle of Beatrix
That's
was
also
also
true.
shifted to Kelra's hairstyle during the run in the M series. Loving the details so far for our M series skin. Honestly, I'm so excited to see who's gonna be the champion. Hopefully, still Philippines in the next M series, and potentially get more skins like this one.
Uranus.
Right now, we're gonna go to the MPL arena to check out what's up with Odin in the MPL All Access.
What's up, guys? We're back for another feature of the MPL Festival. Ngayon nakikita nyo sa aking likuran ang ONIC Philippines booth together with our Sonics, J-Mark and Seb G. What do we have here sa inyong booth?
Sir po.
Ikaw, yung kapugian daw niya. Ano ba meron sa booth niyo?
Ano po, meron po kaming Mighty Black Edition na jacket, na varsity jacket, tsaka meron din po kaming Pompans Edition na jersey.
So parang bago to, no? Ngayon lang natin nakita to sa venue. Ang kanilang bagong jacket. You can see that it's embroidered sa harap at sa likod. So, Kuya Seb G, meron ba tayong mga sizes available dito?
Meron po. Meron po tayong medium, large, and XL. Yun lang po.
So, hindi natin kailangan mag-pre-order dahil available dito sa MPL Festival ang kanila mga jersey at saka kanilang jacket. So, thank you so much. And right here on the other side, we have Jel. Hello! Welcome sa Smart Omega booth. Ano ba ang meron tayo dito?
So hello po. Ang meron yung Smart Omega na booth, meron po tayong mga merch dito na bago, Season 16. Then meron din po tayong palaro, which is huhulaan lang nila dito yung logo ng Smart Omega. Pipili sila ng isang card, tapos kung yung card na yun may logo ng Smart Omega, meron silang libreng photo cards or stickers.
Wow, ang cute naman yan. May chibi sticker sila. So can I try my luck for today? Yan na. Binalasa mo na ba yan? Ayan! Tama pa din ako. Tama na naman tayo. So thank you so much. Anong meron para sa akin dyan today?
So meron ka pong stickers.
Yay! And dito sa kanilang rack, makikita nyo din ang kanilang MPL S16 jersey. We have the Type B and Type A. Kuya Jel is wearing a Type B. And kung na-miss out nyo naman ang mga jerseys nila the past seasons, nandito rin sila available. So head over here at the MPL Festival para makuha nyo na ang hinahanap nyo mga merchandise sa inyong mga favorite teams. For now, balik muna tayo sa mga casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. It seems that the merchandise for both teams are looking updated, strong. Personally speaking, I do like that Mighty ONIC jacket.
Mighty ONIC, yeah.
Maybe you could buy me one at a very discounted price.
I'm no longer part of ONIC, so...
I'm sorry. That is
I wish I could help you, but I can't.
Me spreading misinformation online.
Caught on 4K.
Caught on 4K. By the way, Omega chooses red side this time around, which means that they will not be switching sides, considering that ONIC Philippines did choose blue side in their first game.
I just hoping for hope that the Lunox and the Ruby is not going to be the choice here for the Omega squad.
Why, man? Don't be such a hater.
I second the motion, just so you won't feel alone.
Hater, I barely even know her. At this point, let's just wait.
I barely even know Lunox, my friend.
Yeah, and when we haven't seen Lunox in the mid lane for a long time. That's very understandable. Your feelings are valid as we head on towards game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Welcome to match 2, game 2. This is already ONIC Philippines securing their first victory. And looking at the drafting phase, Wolf, it seems that we are looking at a very similar banning phase from game number 1.
So there is a little bit of a question here for ONIC because we have already seen and felt, because this is game number 2, and it's always like game number 2 stuff is always dictated by the first draft. And now with the Kalea being banned, if I'm not mistaken, this is not the ban from the previous game. And
yeah,
so is Uranus. So I believe that ONIC are eyeing to get the Lancelot or the Zushin, with the Lancelot being the bigger priority.
And the Lancelot... Oh wait, they actually swapped sides. Oh wait, no. King Kong could potentially get that Lancelot again. Are you actually going to give King Kong the Lancelot again? I feel like if you're ONIC Philippines, you just get that Lancelot. Best jungler in the meta right now.
I totally agree, but this is ONIC. There could be a big curveball in here. I just hope that it's just between Zushin and Lancelot. Indeed, it will be the Jushin. So Omega, are they looking for a Lancelot here for Ryzen? Or are they willing to just get
Arlott? Steal away the Arlott. I feel like when you're up against a Zushin,
Ruby.
Oh! Well, I know you're a big hater about the early Ruby pickup, but it's happening again. It's already locked in.
Lancelot. You pick up Lancelot and then you pick up what? Arlott?
Yes. Or maybe if you want to play tank jungle, it's Fredrin Arlott, but Lancelot is still way better.
Lancelot Arlott, dude. All the way.
You know what? If Omega gets the Lunox on third pick,
oh my God, no! Please.
I owe you coffee, just for the emotions that you feel today, and that's gonna be the Lancelot locked in for ONIC Philippines.
Do you want to go Arlott? No, you pick up the Grok.
You pick up the Grok first. Okay, completely valid. Now, Arlott could be stolen away if you're Omega, or you could just lock in the Lunox.
I do hope that it's Arlott. Please don't.
It's currently 0-3. You could be the first team to...
Hey, this is again Grok Zushin. If you pick up the Lunox in the mid lane, you're just straight up gonna lose the mid lane. And you know what's good?
What? What's good?
Kagura, Farsa, Valentina.
All of which open.
They're all open.
All right. Give me an L. Give me a U. Oh, but you give me a V.
Nice!
This is a Vexana.
Okay.
Currently buffed from our last patch.
Okay.
What does this say? What does this Vexana say?
They want to win the mid lane. That's why.
Okay.
Although the Zushin in the past, when there was still a lot of buffs on the Jushin, I would say that Vexana is not gonna win that matchup. But in this scenario, it might win, especially because the Grok will just block the minion wave, and with the reach that you have with the Farsa, with the Vexana, I mean, you're gonna be much better.
Yeah, and considering that you want to maximize another touch with the passive here for Vexana, that might be a stopover that smart Omega needs to think over. But Esmeralda ban here, very specific onto Ryota. Although technically speaking, there's still the likes of the Lapu, if ever, or even the CC here for Ryota.
Yeah. CC, Lapu-Lapu. I would say even Arlot is open to take, which is quite surprising considering how impactful our XP laners are in this meta. And the next few bans here for the side of Omega, do we still double down on XP lane? Seems not.
Yeah, no, you don't. Okay, so that's a good bet actually. Claude would have been really good for the side of ONIC. ONIC can consider banning Dota Esmeralda. Do you ban? I think they're willing to give the Arlot. Okay, so yeah, just a heat check. Heat check here from ONIC.
Okay, Gatot Gacha still open to take. If you are the side of Omega, you do need a front line apart from the Ruby, but they're gonna go for the Lapu-Lapu instead. There you go.
Perfect. But no CC, so how do you answer your Lapu-Lapu now? Man, I'm telling you, this is a Grok XP lane. They're gonna pick up something along the lines of a Cho for Brusco.
Or even the Badang is still open here.
And then Moskov, perhaps? No, not Moskov, actually. Granger and Cho, honestly. Or Arlot actually.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. Never mind what I said. Arlot is much better.
Arlot is open, you know.
Arlot is way better.
Yeah, with the way that Ryota is smiling.
Yeah, Arlot Granger. Let's run it back.
I agree. Arlot Granger actually looks amazing here. The Granger does provide a lot of range. And there you go. Lock it in, baby. Arlot, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Direct attack here for...
And then the Lunox.
Let's go.
Please, no.
Nah, against the Granger, that can't be possible. You won a classic matchup here, like a Moskov or...
Even a Bruno, dude.
How about Irithel?
It has been a while since we've seen a Irithel against a...
Wait.
No way! Brother!
And right at the end, still surprising us, Smart Omega gets a Cho.
Yeah, and looks like
Brother
it's...
in Christ.
Double fighter! It's Yisun Shin, you still have a marksman.
And the Ruby Gold.
And a Ruby Gold.
We have yet to see it all, and Smart Omega is showing us the capability of the net standard using the Ruby.
Yeah, never done nets.
Yeah, never done nets. To be fair, this is the classic double fighter lineup so far in MPL Philippines. You get a Yisun Shin, a Lapu-Lapu, and a Ruby. You technically win skirmishes and team fights non-stop, especially with this Vixana. So hopefully that's what we see from Omega if we want to see Game 3.
Yeah. You always have to look at the mid lane matchup here. It's Zushin Grok, which will be a little bit passive in the first wave, but it's very strong come the second wave. So I think ONIC are they have a very good early game ahead of them.
Let's see how will it reflect here onto our round as we see something new again for Netsky, and Super Yoshi still sticking onto the next on his list of comfort heroes, the Cho onto the Rome.
And this is going to be the first time that Vixana will be played here in Season 16 of MPL. If we recall, it has been a while. Wait a minute, Aji!
First time will be the first blood. Not so much here for ONIC PH still.
Now that I think about it, the Grok technically has 2 skills if you skill level 1 the wall, right?
Yeah, the passive too.
As long as you have the passive and you target it correctly, like what we saw in the previous skirmish, Brusco, maybe that's the direct advantage of having the Grok now.
And it's just not just the heavy swing, but also the ability to get that concussive blast. The early game burst is insane here for the new Grok, especially if you build damage. But sadly, it's MPLPH. We won't see damage Grok.
Man, it's so annoying to face up a Grok in the mid lane if you are a static mage like this one, the Vexana. Like you have to walk in front of the minion wave.
Yep.
I mean, you have to walk to the minion wave in front of a Grok. And he's gonna smack you with the passive.
Yeah, and unfortunately so for Haji, he knows the timing as well. He's easily displaced here with Brusco alone. So it's up to Smart Omega to somehow change things up, but a Grok never changes, especially onto denying and going for the intel here for the jungle of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first turtle about to spawn. And this time, ONIC does have a short lead here. Still anybody's ball game. But in terms of wave management, it seems that ONIC Philippines does have a big edge.
Oh, Ryota being targeted here. Could easily dodge those incoming attacks for Smart Omega as they place and position themselves here on the first turtle being started by King Kong.
King Kong holding on to this turtle. James is level 4 as well. Super Friends. This could be a big team fight. Brave Spider available. Flicker as well. The purple will be the objective here as the turtle goes in hands. ONIC Philippines for free. And he's not even going to use his retribution. So get ready for a potential invade.
And this time for Ryzen as well. He knows that there's just no way for him to contest and try to stun off the King Kong at first turtle here. Netsky hiding. It's going to be somewhat of an exchange poke around, but never really a first blood yet here on their game.
By the way, a little bit of a lane report here between the gold laners. It is actually Netsky winning over Kelra in the first 2 minutes of the game as he was able to deny 1 gold cart away from Kelra.
But eventually, I think the gold crabs piled up here for Kelra, eventually getting slight gold lead here against the Ruby gold lane. And we're yet to see a skirmish. Omega thrives on those skirmishes considering that they're running double fighter.
So far, James being contacted here by Ryota. Ryzen to the rescue.
Oh no!
But the final splash will miss out. The first blood will be going on to Ryzen.
What a combo coming out from Omega. Again, first blood not being in favor of ONIC. They're sticking with their MO of not getting so much of the first bloods. And speaking of Kelra, he was able to recover when it comes to the farm because of the double lane setup and obviously the turtle that they were able to take. Unfortunately for Netsky, Ruby is not a hero that can easily go double lane.
That's true.
So, yeah, well, you do have a lot of dashes, but it's much better if you linchpin your opponents in that lane.
And so far for ONIC Philippines, their gold lead does grow from 200 to 700, but it's still anybody's game. Omega yet to find a team fight that they want to see. In 20 seconds from now, the next turtle will be spawning. That's the second turtle of the game, and both teams have complete battle spells for when that time comes.
Yeah, and for ONIC, they just have this luxury of preventing anyone for Smart Omega to actually position themselves first here onto a new objective spawning in a few seconds.
It's going to be really hard here for the side of Omega to find a place if this rock holds that pixel brush. But Netsky already rotating down that turtle pit. This might just be the team fight that Omega wants to see.
Okay, here you go. James starting it off. There's going to be the mounting chopper here. The vision is enough, but the damage isn't here for Smart Omega. Getting for a kill here. Haji going in.
Wow.
But Super Friends on the other hand, and even Kelra getting multiple hits in a row. Double kill this early.
Oh my goodness, the gold standard with the gold standard things when it comes to positioning. Look at the way that he's able to output the damage. In fact, Super Yoshi already had his eyes set on Kelra, but there's just enough movement coming out from Kelra that he's able to dodge Super Yoshi and then able to punish afterwards. We're gonna see it in 4K once again through this replay. And it's very clear that Kelra was able to get out of harm's way. Super Yoshi kicked Ryota, which was a good target anyways. But Kelra was already able to get 2 kills afterwards. Then it resulted into a total of 3 kills for ONIC. After that missed position again from Omega, second turtle belongs to ONIC.
That replay was brought to you by Infinix, and with that second turtle secured by ONIC Philippines, it is now a 2K gold lead as we look at the gold difference by BPI. Kelra ahead by 1,300. That's starting to hurt Omega by far.
And so far, that enabled them to actually activate Kelra earlier here, especially him going on the mid lane. Meanwhile, for Smart Omega, a bit too shaky onto trying to get the right target. Yes, we've acknowledged he fought, or Super Yoshi got the best target for Ryota, but that was until they weren't able to take down Kelra and even King Kong in the process.
Big rotation coming in from Omega down bottom lane, but it seems that they did not see the fight that they wanted to get. And that's going to be a free turret up top, and they couldn't even push or trade down bottom lane, Wolf.
Yeah. For ONIC, they have to keep this up because this is every minute that they are ahead by 3,000 over Omega is gonna speed up their win condition against Omega. Because if we have to take note of the fact that Omega has this double fighter setup, which also means that they need the early game.
Yep.
If they don't cut the lead by 0 up until the 10-minute mark, it's done for. They have no way to recover.
And time is of the essence here for Smart Omega, but gladly so for ONIC. What time is it? It's going to be the final slash time here for Ryota. Netsky forcing out the flicker. That's going to be a huge intel here for ONIC. And a Super Yoshi just slowly backs away. That way that they position themselves to make it hard or makes it harder for Smart Omega to actually capitalize on the ISO plays here for Super Yoshi.
And imagine you burned a flicker for Netsky and the conceal play as well for Super Yoshi right before the last turtle spawns. It's going to be difficult for Omega to find a fight for this final turtle fight.
Yep.
Kelra with the rapid boots, by the way. You don't see that often. And he's able to position himself so well, especially with his river speed up.
Okay, there's going to be the kick. Super Prince able to back away. Purify activated. Turtle still onto the hands of the Sigma Jungler.
That's going to be all three turtles going to the hands of ONIC Philippines, and it seems they're not done yet. Look at Brusco with the concealed potential play!
Oh, what a play here with a totally charge! Netsky was the one getting caught on the crossfire, but for ONIC still getting a turret out of all.
Ho ho ho. Haji thought that he was the target. Well, he will be stunned if he did not flicker in that moment. But for Brusco, he already set his eyes on Netsky. Just like in the previous game, they know who to target. Although that did not result into a kill, it resulted to a mid lane turret push, which, as we know, is not something that Omega can afford.
Yeah, and look at this, the Infinix hand cam of the Sigma Jungler on his King Kong. And they are still looking to dominate the rest of the map for now. That's going to be another turret down in the top lane. Forces James out of the bravest fighter, and Super Yoshi looking for another play. The pokes are getting a bit too real, and he is forced to flicker out.
Okay, that's too real, and even the flicker has already been used here for James. That's so much of a movement here for those Sonics, and also ensuring that there is no way out here for Omega.
We can see now for items that's the reason why Kera is hitting so hard in this game is because of this Malefic Roar. Already up a minute ago, so I think around the 7-minute mark.
Okay, catching on Super Friends, but there's still the Crimson Beacon out of trajectory kick back there. Brusco as well, just keeping other members at bay.
Brusco!
Going to be a successful pick up, and another killer for King Kong. 2 members down. That's a mission fail for Smart Omega. Ryota with a concealed play. They're eyeing out another turret. Plus so they will be able to spot on member of the Smart Omega onto their mission.
That Grok play was just so Grok. There's no other way.
It was so Grok.
It was so Grok, bro. He literally stood in the mid lane knowing that if anybody dared to respond to that great engage coming in from Omega, that there will be a counter engage, which then resulted to this Lord taken by ONIC Philippines.
A free Lord for ONIC. They're even delaying it. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, they want to delay it up until the 10-second mark. There it is. So that it will spawn later on. So that will be a little bit of their advantage. But like you said, it was just the Grok just manhandling the members of Omega. Remember when Super Yoshi went in for the jump for Super Prince? Brusco was able to save his teammates by zoning out the members that would follow Super Yoshi, and then he survives this without using a flicker.
The toughest of them all. It's going to be Brusco here with his Grok, and even forcing out the Eternal Guard for Haji.
Yep. A lot of resources being burnt here for the side of Omega, and the Lord hasn't even been marching yet. Now it will be spawning in the mid lane. The blessings are still up here down bottom lane, but top lane and mid lane is a different story altogether for Omega. And looking at the damage dealt, Kelra and Super Friends leading the charge here for ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, James has been tanking and dealing a lot of damage as the Lord marches down mid lane. This might just be a big fight if Brusco finds another play.
Still a clear way here for Super Sonics to get an inhibitor turret onto Smart Omega.
Wow.
What a nice Earthen Rampart here for Brusco, the toughest of them all. And Netsky as well. And with a double tectonic charge catch here onto Haji. Ryzen is going down. All is war here for Smart Omega. Going outside of their base, taking down Kelra. Super Yoshi onto Brusco. Earthen Rampart yet again, while James fighting his ultimate, fighting his best, but still doesn't enough here for Super Sonics to actually finish off this round. But no, it's going to be enough as they set their sights onto the base. Super Yoshi and Haji will fall onto the spare as ONIC secures a 2-0 sweep onto Smart Omega.
And yet another sweep. ONIC Philippines shows the Barangay Omega that they are here to win it fast.
And Honestly, it was a similar draft from game number 1. Only the gold laners were changed for ONIC, as it was the Granger in game number 2. Game number 1 was the Claude. Same result as well, especially in the mid lane matchup, especially in the first turtle fight. This was telegraphed from ONIC, and they looked very comfortable against this Omega squad.
And this Omega squad did bring out new heroes. A lot of experimentation going on in this series against ONIC Philippines. Game 1, they showed Hellkurt gold lane on the hands of Netski. And then game number 2, they go in for a buffed Vexana in the mid lane in the hands of Haji, and also a double fighter setup. A lot of guts to actually pull that off against the M Series defending champions.
Yeah, we do appreciate innovation and new heroes being shown here onto our season, but I think it's not yet the time for a mission complete here for Smart Omega.
And Smart Omega, they will be recovering for the next few matches. I do feel like they still have a game this weekend. Let me check on that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're
tomorrow.
Who are they up against tomorrow?
Aurora.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be
what
a hard match. Well, right now, we will be going to the main stage to talk with the victors of this matchup. Let's go to main stage for ONIC Philippines.
And there we have it for the Super Family, a sweep for ONIC Philippines! Grabe yung mga fans nyo ngayon. King Kong, napakaganda at napakalinis ng pinakita nyong laban ngayong araw. Bumati ka naman sa mga fans. Punong-puno na naman, full house na naman ang ating MPL Arena.
Hello, everyone! Alright, so alam natin, merong nag-comeback sa MPL Philippines. Once again, welcome back, Ryota!
Ryota, welcome back.
Ito, par. Alright, bro, I gotta ask you. So, nung going into this week, going to this match, naalam mo na, okay, lalaro ako. Meron bang tumatakbo sa isip na gusto ko ipakita na may asim pa ako, kaya ko pa to? May ganun ba? Or para sa'yo, trabaho lang?
Siguro excited lang, saka saka di ko naman iniisip yung yung parang may kailangang patunayan sa ibang tao. Parang ine-enjoy ko lang kapag, ang nasa isip ko lang, enjoying ko sa tuwing maglalaro ako.
Okay, so really, main focus is hindi naman na mayroong ang hinahabol na something to prove. Gusto mo lang talaga mag-enjoy.
Mukhang nag-enjoy ka talaga sa match na yun. And off match kasi, nagbabasketball tong ONIC Philippines. Nakita ko yung energy mo, Ryota.
Oo.
How was the adjustment with the team? Especially since ngayon ka lang ulit pumasok this season.
Yung adjustment ko sa nila, di naman naging mahirap. Kasi since nung MSC pa lang, close ko na silang lahat eh. Saka bago pa ako pumasok sa kanila. Kaya di rin ako nahirapan mag-adjust.
So ibang bonding talaga ng Super Family. And right here with me ay ang isang legend talaga ng MPL Philippines, Coach Hayes. Dalawang mic daw para sa'yo. Sobrang cheer ka ng Super Family. At hindi natin masasabi na successful ang MPL nang wala ka. How do you feel about it na ikaw ang isa sa tinitingala since the past seasons pa ng ating liga?
Masaya.
Yan na ba yung masaya niya talaga? Ano sasabihin? Ano sasabihin ni Hate? Hate, may sasabihin ka raw.
Nagulat si Hate na parang wait, may sasabihin pa talaga.
Ano daw masasabi mo na siyang tinitingala nyo dito sa ating liga?
Wala po. Siya din tinitingala ako eh.
Ikaw daw ang tinitingala niya. And Coach Hayes, from being a player to a coach right now, paano mo naipapasa sa kanila yung mindset na meron ka as a player before?
Usual lang po. Usap-usap, pero yung pinakamaganda po is parang coachable po silang lahat, kaya sobrang dali lang mag-adjust from player to coach.
Okay. King Kong, ba't parang natatawa ka na sinabing coachable? Totoo ba yun? Coachable ba kayo lahat?
Totoo po, lalo na po si Brusco. Sobrang coachable niya po, sobrang asin lahat, pinapakinggan niya.
Niro-roll call nila lahat ng mga members, no?
Parang lahat sila may gusto ng moment na para
Oo
magsalita.
nga.
But actually, there's someone here who wants to say something about Coach Hayes.
Ayan.
So, alam natin kasi, Coach, why not? Coach Hayes is honestly one of the most mysterious figures sa MPL Philippines. So, maybe you can open the curtain a bit. What's one of your favorite things about working with Coach Hayes?
Ano yan, masipag yan. Tapos, yun nga, tahimik kasi siya eh. I mean, yun yung alam ng public. Pero sobrang sweet niyan sa mga players in a sense na grabe yan mag-alala. Lalo na kunyari may something sa mga players. Isa siya sa mga unang nakakapansin. Tapos sabihan niya ako, kausapin niya ako. Tapos sa gym time nila, kasi si Coach Jason lagi nilang kasama sa gym eh. So doon niya nakakausap lagi lalo yung mga players.
And I think that's the secret of being a super family. Meron silang a bonding and it translated to the win today. Once again, give it up for your winners, ONIC Philippines! You may now take your bow. Such a great performance by the Sonics. Dinala nila tayo sa magandang match and nakita natin ang talagang chemistry nila on and off the game.
At saka feeling ko may konting buff ang ONIC Philippines kasi alam natin palapit na ang release ng Beatrix Finals MVP skin and the Joy ONIC Philippines Championship skin. Of course, celebrating their M6 World Championship win.
Wow, I love that you mentioned that. Excited tayong lahat malaman at makita yan. Pero, pumunta muna tayo kung ano pa nga ba masasabi ng ating mga casters.
Thank you so much to our hosts, Odin and Renmar. We're back here in the English Dash Suomi with Athena and Wolf to break down match number 2 here with ONIC Philippines securing a victory 2-0. 2 quick games for this series alone.
Another reason to celebrate today for ONIC Philippines as they take another point, ensuring their steadfast rise on their Infinix standings.
Now our MVP, none other than Brusco on this Grok. Again, no other adjective to describe the Grok gameplay, but Grok.
Very Grok.
Very Grok. Grok is the adjective.
Oh my goodness. How do you imagine a world where you are the MVP and your stat line is 004?
Hey man, they call me Agent Zero IQ. This guy is 004.
That's right. 0 kills, 0 deaths, but 100% impact. That's exactly what we felt from Brusco. Look at his maximization of the ultimate with his Grok ultimate. Because sometimes you are tempted to use your Grok ultimate and target it into the middle of your Grok wall. But sometimes even if you target it in the edge, it would be great. So this Brusco jump coming out from Netsky was actually just for ONIC to secure that lane. But look at this. Brusco manhunted 4 members of Omega.
Bro.
Held them like, come on, hit me. And that actually isolated Super Yoshi for the rest of ONIC to go and then scores that kill. This is where you said it's very Grok.
Amazing.
004, James Grok. James Grok.
You know, when we look at this Grok gameplay, this is very, I would say, very Grok. And apart from being very Grok, it's one of those things that plays the mental game as well. And that's the beauty of the Grok. You have this insane AoE on your Tectonic Charge, the updated Wild Charge. So much so that when you put yourself in the middle of a team fight like that one, it just goes to show that a lot of people respect Brusco's playmaking ability.
And I do appreciate the fact that he really reserves his ultimate with the charge onto the right target, specifically for game 1, even for game 2, right?
Yeah, very patient when it comes to his ultimate usage. I guess he is very locked in when it comes to his task in this draft for ONIC Philippines. And this is almost the same draft for ONIC Philippines. Game number 1, only changing up the gold laner. One thing that we also found out today is that the Grok has this little bit of an advantage in the first minute of the game, especially the first wave, where even when you are a level 1 hero, you actually have 2 spells to work with the passive as well as that Earthen Rampart. Not only are you able to control the minion wave, you're also able to bully your opponents because of the threat of that passive last second skill.
And let me double down on that, because not only can you block the minion waves to delay your own waves in making sure that the enemy mid laner and roamer is a bit more forward, but you could use that Tectonic, that Earthen Rampart once again to secure a potential flicker burn as well, just because they're already deep inside the lane.
Yep, and also empowers the next basic attack, right? So damage, setup, wise, maximizing the output for Grok for a level 1.
And then if you're smart, if you're very patient, you still have your concussive blast.
That's true.
To literally blast your opponents. And unfortunately for Haji, he's playing the Vexana. although you have enough reach, I guess, but if your first wave is blocked, you have to walk in front of the Grok just to reach one of those minions, unless you want to give up some of the control of the early game. So, and Haji didn't want that to happen. So, this debut pick, Vexana, unfortunately felt the wrath of a newly revamped Grok.
Yeah, and if the tables were turned a bit, I feel like Vexana Grok could make a potential comeback in the future too. That was one of the best combos during the time that Vexana was on the top of the Mage's meta. But looking at the big four of this game number 2, our BPI Rich guy is also our carry, Kelra, in this game, playing that Granger, and we did see him play this Granger in a very classic way as well. This was a well-orchestrated game for ONIC Philippines.
And again, in the lane report, Netsky was actually able to deny one of the gold carts or the gold cannons away from Kelra, which is very important in the early stages of the game. However, Kelra was able to fix it by allowing his teammates to get the turtle and then go for the double lane as that happened. And as a result, this Ruby could not keep up when it comes to the farming. Obviously, Kelra, with his positioning in those skirmishes that we saw, that eventually resulted into 3 kills for the side of ONIC. Kelra's positioning was so good, and you are reminded why he is called the gold standard.
And that's why it's really important for our gold laners to improvise, and that is where Kelra shines the most, right? Onto capitalizing when everyone is too busy, just go on the split push. When things go south, go north.
And even if, let's say, he plays it on a macro level, his micro is also insane. But in terms of macro and micro, you could play that in another game altogether. Another year and potentially a new world champion is upcoming next.
Maybe. But we do have another title coming up for this year.
What is it?
Well, anyone and everyone can now enter the MCGG Rising Stars, a new in-game feature where players can participate to win a world champion title. Imagine being a world champion in MCGG.
Now, finally, I can say that I have a chance to be a world champion, but you could try out MCGG and join the MCGG Rising Stars if you do want to try it out.
You know, I'd lose my mind if it's still going to be Philippines.
Yeah, there's a big chance.
Why not?
I think the MCGG is going to be a team-based game anyways, right? So all the more are we, because we're really good at team games, you know?
I mean, at this point, when you look at this genre, chess, battle, I don't think it's going to be a team game, but this surely needs a lot of team communication. Yeah. So we're going to go up and check on the Infinix mic check.
Walang tao. Huwag tayo maging gahaman masyado. Tuloy lang tayo. Wala yung chokong ha. Basit lang. Vision ko dito. Walang tao dyan sa bot. Ito na, nag-trigger sa akin pre oh. Ay, dito. Pilit niya ako ng pilit. Tira sa likod. Tap. Diyon na sa likod. Diyon pa sila. Dito tayo. Ready sa akin. Pre. Dala pre. May stop pa. Ruby, ginawa ko. Sa akin lapo. Fine.
Wow, very calm, and I think the delayed gratification of the nice one boy was a nice touch at the end.
You know, I think that is one good picture of how Prince is as a guy for ONIC. Like, when everybody's hyped, he's the one to control them. Let's not go any further because we might get punished. That's exactly what he said, but in English, obviously. But the idea is he is the one to control the team, actually.
He's the one who holds them over.
Exactly.
When their emotions take a toll onto the hype of our game.
Well, that is it for today. Name is Uomi. With me is Athena and Wolf. For now, we're going to send you over to the HAL.
At isa na namang dominant na performance ngayong araw. This time, ONIC ang nakita nating nanalo sa Omega. At kailangan nating balikan yung mga keys to victory na sinuggest natin para sa kanila. Although marami pa namang additional na ideas dito, hindi lang naman ito talaga yung nangyari sa ating laban. But we still have to take note na ang ginawa dito ng ONIC ay talagang hindi pinag-farm si Ryzen. Nakita naman natin, Ryota as well as Brusco, target locked.
doon kay Ryzen. Kung hindi man nakuha nila yung kills, basta lagi nilang pinapwersa si Ryzen out of position at lagi nilang chinecheck kung saan mag-farm si Ryzen. May mga invasion na ginawa din naman ng ONIC para hindi rin maka-invade etong si Ryzen. Also, na-maximize nila yung catch heroes ni Ryota. Particularly yung Arlot. Nakita natin na ito yung top pick na hero ni Ryota sa kanyang career dito sa MPL Philippines at nabigyan din tayo ng ebidensya kung bakit napakalakas nga talaga ni Ryota sa mga catch heroes. Sinimulan niya with a catch onto James in game number 1 at tuloy-tuloy na nga. Naging komportable ang ONIC dahil dalawa yung catch hero playstyle para sa kanila. Brusco and Ryota na nami-mix and match nila kung paano sila magiging creative doon sa mga bakbakan. Apart from that, itong Ruby ay mukhang hindi pa rin mapagana ng Omega. Although we saw the Lunox and the Ruby for 3 times today, unfortunately, it does not work. Siguro, eventually, makikita natin na mapapagana to ng isang team dito sa MPL Philippines. But for now, wag nyo munang itatry sa RG nyo dahil mukhang hindi pa gumagana. Pero madami pa tayong mga mapapanood bukas. This is still just our first day ng ating week number 4. At maraming salamat sa panonood. Ngayon, ibabalik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Literally turning back here in the casting desk. Once again, Suomi, Athena, and Wolf here. Wow. What a way to break it down.
Speed! Speed. Well, you know, it was a very fast series anyways. And I do hope that the international viewers that we have they understood that. But basically, what I said in the post-match, that's also what I said in the how.
Yeah, and this is something that we always do, revisit the win conditions that we already set before the fight. And now we are looking at the updated Infinix standings here. We are looking at no movement. Yes,
there was ONIC.
There is.
ONIC now became
top 2. Okay, you're right. ONIC Philippines is now number 2. I feel like tied. No, not even tied. Now number 2 against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, because again, the two losses that ONIC had were both 3 games, and the 2 losses that Twisted had were both
sweeps.
They're both sweeps as well.
Yeah.
So that meant that, ONIC has better game win losses.
But still, it's not looking too good for our bottom 5 to 8. Knowing this, we are already on our halfway to our regular season. And considering that if you would want to sum up further your standings, you would want to win more games. And winning more games is actually under Infinix Fansik.
Fansik. Infinix Fansik Laban. It's where the community teams formed from the communities of our MPL teams are fighting to get that tournament experience as well. Playing around with the GT30 Pro. And the Minds are still undefeated. Insane. This has been going on for the past few weeks.
Top 1 for 4 weeks, and then their MPL squad is also like in the top charts. There was even a point where Twisted Minds were top 1. So there's something in that organization. They're cooking.
Oh, wait. Tomorrow, it's going to be Twisted Minds versus TNC, which means the top 1 team and top 2 teams of Fansik Laban will fight each other for tomorrow. We can't watch it live, sadly, but best of luck for both teams. What was your favorite moment for the day before we wrap things up?
Savage for you, for Savage this season.
9 punctures.
9 punctures.
In 1 clash. That's my favorite.
For me, it's the new adjective called grok. Just standing there in between the entire team and just...
A very grok.
A very grok. And Brusco just showing everyone how to play this revamped grok. Amazing day for competitive MLBB esports, though it was quite short considering that both series ended with a sweep.
What a way to start off our week number 4. We're halfway through our regular season, and they're looking to shake things up for Infinix standings.
Once again, this has been Uomi with Athena and Wolf. Don't worry, we'll be sending you over to the main stage.
The first day of week 4 has gone too fast with that back-to-back sweep. Nasaksihan natin ang first Savage of the season with Yue kasama ang Aurora Gaming with their clean sweep for match 1. At sa ikalawang serye naman, ONIC Philippines is really showing that they are that super with Ryota coming in their lineup.
Once again, welcome back to Ryota, coming back to MPL Philippines with ONIC PH. And of course, grabe, day 1 pa lang yun ng week 4. Nakakita na tayo ng Savage comeback. Feeling ko mas marami pa yung pwede natin expect for the coming week.
Talaga namang pinapakita ng ating mga manlalaro na ganyan natin simulan ang ating week. At sakto, bukas is Super Fan Saturday, which means triple header na naman tayo at marami pang aksyon ang ating makikita sa looban ng Land of Dawn. Ano pa kaya expect natin in the next few days?
Well, sigurado ako makikita nyo yung schedule natin sa social media. So, to sum it all up, more intensity, more action, and more screams from our crowd. And of course, I'm still gonna be joining you here today. Ako po si Renmar Santa Cruz, yung Hans Galleria, nag-full buff na kahit hindi pa nag-upisa yung laban.
Kami muna ang bahala dito sa Land of Dawn. Enjoy ka muna dyan sa iyong bakasyon. This is your very own Odin.
And again, my name is Renmar. Sama-sama tayo bukas. Excited na ako para sa bukas natin dito sa MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners, but with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing may reseta, but kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas.